करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतच्चमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्रीमहादेव शम्भो। करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतच्चमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्रीमहादेव शम्भो। करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतच्चमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्रीमहादेव शम्भो। करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतच्चमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्रीमहादेव शम्भो। करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतच्चमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्रीमहादेव शम्भो। करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतच्चमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतच्छमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्रीमहादेव शम्भो। करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतच्छमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्रीमहादेव शम्भो। करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतच्छमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्रीमहादेव शम्भो। करचरणकृतं वा
Good morning, all. Requesting participants who are seated at the back, they can come forward. We have enough seats available in the front rows also. First two is reserved. Rest of the seats are also available. So please join us in the front rows.
Good morning to everyone present in the auditorium. I welcome you all on the Stakeholders Consultation Series meeting on the ease of doing business for strengthening EMC filing architecture under the Companies Act 2013, held by Ministry of Corporate Affairs along with Indian Institute of Corporate, held by Ministry of Corporate Affairs, held by Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. We hereby wish to inform that the ministry is holding this consultation series meeting throughout the country, and Bangalore has been selected as one of the venue for that. So we thank both the Ministry of Corporate Affairs as well as the IICA for having it held in the city of Bangalore. So this is basically to re-envision the ease of doing business under the Companies Act 2013, aligned with the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. Gentlemen and ladies, this initiative forms part of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs' ongoing exercise towards rationalization, consolidation, and simplification of the rules, forms, and e-forms with a view to reducing compliance burden, eliminating duplications, and transitioning towards a streamlined and technology-enabled regulatory framework. Along with Institute of Company Secretaries of India, our co-hosts are Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Institute of Cost Accountants of India, ASSOCHAM, FICCI, and CII. A great thanks to all the co-hosts in being a part of this particular program. We are privileged by presence of several eminent dignitaries and thought leaders from the government, from the academia, and from the professional ecosystem. I take note the gracious presence of Sri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh, DG and CEO IICA. A great round of applause for our eminent personalities. Shri Balamurgan D, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Shri Lakshmi Prasad Kollam, Regional Director, Southwestern Region, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Shri Arvind Bulkar, Registrar of Companies, Bangalore. Professor Vasanthi Srinivasan, Professor IIM Bangalore. Shri Yampi Ram Mohan, Professor IIM Ahmedabad and Member Advisory Committee. And our Vice President of ICSI, Shri Dwarkanath Chendur. Srimati Kavita Paramesh, Chairperson of the Bangalore branch of SIRC ICAI. And our former President of ICSI, Mr. Nagendra Rao sir. And all our committee members, former Chairperson, Mr. Parameshwar Bhatt, Venkata Subbarao, and Ms. Devika Satyanarayana, along with our Secretary, Mr. Vivek Hegde, and all our respected delegates. I would like to call upon our MC members and Vice President to give a small token of gratitude to our eminent dignitaries. To start with, Shri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh, DG and CEO IICA, please. May I request Nagendra sir also to please join us, sir. I would like to call upon Mr. Balu Murgandi, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, please. I would also like to call upon Dr. Garima Dadij, Head School of Business Environment, IICA. I would like to call upon next Professor Vasanthi Srinivasan, Professor IIM Bangalore. I would like to call upon Venkatraman sir also on this stage, please. Past President of ICMAI. I would like to call upon the ICAI team also to give a small token of gratitude to the members. I would like to call upon Shri LP Kolla sir on the stage, please. I would like to call upon Shri Arvind Bulkar, Register of Companies, Bangalore, please. Thank you all the committee members and Nagendra sir for doing the honors. So before we move into the session, I would request our VP sir, Dwarkanath sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Namaskara. Thank you. Shri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh, DG, CEO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Honorable Balamurugan sir, Joint Secretary, MCA. Dr. Garima D, Head, School of Business Environment, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Professor Vasanthi Srinivasan, Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Lakshmi Prasad Kolla, Regional Director, Southwest Region. Kavita, Chairperson, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We have with us Mr. Venkatraman, past President of CMA, and Nagendra D. Rao, past President ICSI, and other distinguished guests. My MC Bangalore chapter, led by Mr. Vivek Hegde, Vishwas Hegde, and other team members. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Welcome you all to the stakeholders consultation series on ease of doing business initiated by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs with the objective of strengthening MCA filing architecture under the Companies Act 2013. The initiative follows the Ministry's order dated 31st December 2025, which aligns with the Government of India's vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047, aimed at fostering a robust, transparent, and global competitive business ecosystem. The Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, functioning under the aegis of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, has constituted a high-level advisory group as per direction of MCA to focus on ease of doing business with reference to the Companies Act 2013 under the chairmanship of Sri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh, Director General of and CEO of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. The advisory group is entrusted with a comprehensive mandate to recommend measures on simplifying compliance filings, rationalizing e-forms under the Companies Act 2013, and strengthening digital governance, wherein we have the blockchain and the AI, which is going to play a vital role in the days to come. And enhancing India's regulatory environment, simplifying corporate compliance process, and leveraging technology-driven governance frameworks, and also ensure that India's corporate regulatory architecture remains contemporary, efficient, and investor-friendly. Having said that, additionally, the advisory group will also facilitate stakeholder consultation to promote participatory policymaking, undertake impact assessment to evaluate improvements in the compliance efficiency and ease of doing business, and suggest draft amendments to the Companies Act, related rules, and other allied matters to support a modern, transparent, and technology-driven corporate regulatory framework. Accordingly, today, as Vice Chairperson was informing you, this stakeholder consultation is taking place across pan-India in some of the important sessions to have the feedback on various aspects, ultimately looking at or trying to do ease of doing business. As far as today's program is concerned, there will be a special address by Shri Balamurugan sir, Joint Secretary, then followed by Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh ji, special address. Then important other development would be presentation by Dr. Garima D, Head School of Business Environment. She is going to talk about MCA filing architecture. Then we will have moderated stakeholders deliberation on three technical sessions: entry and incorporation, annual and ongoing compliances, exit, dormancy, and special filings. Then we are going to have one more important stakeholders feedback on various challenges, issues that are being faced by the stakeholders. See, what I wish to say here is, on day one, we cannot have foolproof system in place. Please understand this. All the three institutes and other stakeholders are there with the MCA and Institute of Corporate Affairs to help all the stakeholders to ultimately achieve the goal of ease of doing business for everyone, including our clients. I hope today's deliberations, the sessions which have been lined up, will be very fruitful. There will be a lot of takeaways for all of us, including the ministry, wherein they will be supporting us to ensure that ease of doing business is ultimately gives a very good result. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dwarkanath sir. I would now like to have our co-host Shivangi to take the proceedings further.
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, member of the corporate and professional fraternity, representatives from the industry, academia, and fellow participants. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you on behalf of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs under the aegis of Ministry of Corporate Affairs to the Stakeholder Consultation Series on Ease of Doing Business, Strengthening MCA Filing Architecture under the Companies Act 2013, being held today at the ICSI Bangalore chapter. We are privileged by the presence of several eminent dignitaries and thought leaders from government, academia, and the professional ecosystem. I especially take note of the gracious presence of our Director General and CEO IICA, Shri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh sir, Shri Balamurugan D, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Very warm welcome, sir. Shri LP Kola, Regional Director, Southwestern Region, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Shri Arvind Bulkar sir, Registrar of Companies, Bangalore. Professor Vasanthi Srinivasan ma'am, Professor IIM Bangalore. Shri MP Rammohan sir, Professor IIM Ahmedabad and Member Advisory Committee on Ease of Doing Business. Shri Dwarkanath Chenur sir, Vice President ICSI. Srimati Kavita Parmesh Madam, Chairperson Bangalore branch of SIRC, ICAI, Mr. Prasanna Bedi sir, Vice Chairperson Bangalore branch of SIRC, ICSI, Shri Nagendra Rao sir, former President ICSI, Shri Venkataraman sir, former President ICMAI, and several senior representatives from the professional institutes, industry bodies, legal and compliance professionals, and very eminent corporate stakeholders. We extend a very warm welcome to each one of you and thank you for joining this important consultative initiative aimed at strengthening India's corporate compliance architecture. Today's consultation forms part of the broader national stakeholder outreach initiative undertaken by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, supported by the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs to gather practical recommendations to simplify and modernize the MCA filing framework. We are also pleased to inform the participants that Mentimeter will be used throughout the deliberative sessions for live audience interaction and polling. So, not taking much time, thank you for the insightful opening remarks by the host, ICSI, sir. And we now move on to the special address by Sri Murugan, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Sir, very welcome. Please join us on the dais. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. I'll not take much time. Today is time to listen to you. Before I say something, I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks to IICA, particularly to Director General and CEO Ganesh sir, who is sitting here, and also Garimaji, for organizing this kind of a regional workshop across the country. And also, I would like to extend my thanks to, on behalf of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, the members of the advisory committee who are taking the time to come and participate and then to understand, and particularly to all three professional institutions, ICSI, ICAI, ICMAI, and industry associations, CII, FICCI, and then ASSOCHAM, and all the professionals and also representatives from industry for coming here and then spending your time to participate in this consultative workshop. Vice President ICSI already mentioned about the purpose of today's meeting. This is the third one after Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, Chennai, and this is the third Bangalore, and we'll be going across the country. You know that Ministry of Corporate Affairs, after the enactment of Companies Act in 2013, came out with amendments in the Companies Act based on the changing scenario and also understanding that we should make life easy for the companies and also citizens. For ease of doing business, a lot of measures has been taken up by Ministry. Starting with, I would like to just mention few of them, that decriminalization is one of the major initiatives, and it has been done in 2019 and 20, and subsequently, recently also we have introduced the bill, and I would be requesting all of you also to go through the bill, because after the introduction of the Company Law Amendment Bill, which is placed before Parliament, that has been referred to Joint Parliamentary Committee. So there will be hearing, and then you can also write to the Ministry based on your understanding what are all the suggestions. So you can write to us on the bill. So that is the ongoing effort. As far as this particular workshop, which is focused on rationalization of forms, to sum up about the e-forms, actually you have forms prescribed by Companies Act and an LLP Act. Particularly today we are going to talk about e-forms which are existing as per Companies Act. So we have 140 forms basically. So 117 forms are related to Companies Act, e-forms. I'm mentioning about e-forms, which you are filing. They are annual recurrent forms. You have to file it every year, annually. Only few of them, and then most of the other forms are event-based forms. You are professionals. You know it better than me. You deal with that every day, day in day out. As far as Companies Act is concerned, 117 forms, 12 are related to old Act, 1956 Act. That's whenever it is required. Rest is 105, even in 105 also, 3 are non-statutory forms. So what comes is 102. So what we want to do is to do away with duplicate requirement. There are information which are being asked, multiple times from the companies. So this entire exercise is being carried out by the ministry, and I'm again thankful to IICA for accepting this request from ministry to form a advisory committee and also undertake this exercise. They are doing a lot of hard work. They came out with a concept paper. They are the bunch of team young professionals working with DG sir and Garima, and also the advisory committee. The experts, eminent people in this field are giving their feedback. Before I conclude, I would like to mention about 2-3 things. As I said, ministry is making effort to rationalize, reduce compliance burden. One such example I would like to mention is, recently we have done away with the yearly e-KYC requirement of directors. We made it once in 3 years. And also we have removed, there are 2 forms related to that. A director e-KYC web and then e-KYC form. We made it only one form. Again, already we are also constituted the internal committee within the ministry, 3 committees working on these forms. We came out with draft amendment in the incorporation rules, wherein already we proposed to reduce almost 12 forms into 3 forms. So that is already in the public forum. Last date for receiving comments from public stakeholders is on 9th May. I would be requesting you to again go through those proposed amendments in the incorporation rules, because that's a very, very important rule as far as Companies Act is concerned. One of the important rules, incorporation rules. We are already suggesting a lot of changes. Subsequently, the committee is going to recommend changes in the existing forms and then how the forms has to be filed. At the end, before I conclude, I would like to also inform you that the V3, which got recently fully made into put into use. For example, because in V3 got rolled out in phases. So last year the last lot also got rolled out, particularly MGT 7 and then AOC 4. We are in the process of again formulating the design for V4. So all the feedback which is going to come from all of you is going to be very useful for designing those things. That's the reason this stakeholder consultation is extremely useful. Whatever feedback which is going to come from you is very, very valuable for us. We'll definitely use those feedback to finalize our recommendation, and then we'll act on also. So that's the purpose of today's meeting. I'm looking forward to hear from you. And at the end, it is not that, final today only you have to give. Please take time. You will understand in better way after end of the meeting. You can give your feedback by writing to IICA or also to MCA, or even you can submit the details to the regional office. They will be very happy to engage with you. And we again, regional director is also having once in 15 days meeting with all the stakeholders. These are all the things which we have done, and there are few things which I would like to mention, but maybe during the course of our discussion I'll mention those details, what we have done particularly for the incorporation, what kind of effort is being made, and what kind of cooperation and support is we are getting from all the professional institutions. So looking forward to have a very, very fruitful and then useful interaction with from all of you. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and for outlining the ministry's vision for a more efficient, transparent, and stakeholder friendly filing architecture. We now have the privilege of hearing from Sri Ganeshwar Kumar Singh, DG and CEO, IICA. Under his leadership, IICA has been actively advancing thought leadership and stakeholder engagement on corporate governance. Very warm welcome, sir. Please join us on the dais.
Good morning to all of you, distinguished participants, dignitaries, and senior functionaries from ICSI, ICAI, ICMI, business chambers. I will not go into details. I will save time. I want to set the context why we are here. My job has been done by Bala Muruganji. He has already set the context. I will try to further elaborate what he has said. Why this exercise is important. We have started this journey from 2006, digitalization journey, and in between, a lot of good things has been done. I interact with many professionals. They remember what was happening before 2006. Now we have CRC is there. We have recently set up in 2023 CPACE. Those of you who are not aware, I would like to mention it, how this kind of a consultation can help. This is called Impact Assessment of Regulatory Framework. In 2020-21, Economic Survey came with some kind of a study. Quality Council of India did that study. And this study was, there is a provision under Companies Act, most of you are familiar, 248(2), striking off. And for the first time, I was part of that time ministry, as Bala Muruganji right now is there in the ministry. We were surprised to know Economic Survey mentioned it is taking days. 1,000 days was just for getting regulatory approval. So ministry realized it, there is a problem. And CPACE has been set up in March 2023. This is a digital intervention. Now more than 30,000 companies have been gone through this tracking of process. What was 1,500 days, now it is taking 70, 60. Constant endeavor is to reduce the time. How technology can help us. Second, we are trying gradually to digitalize each of our activity. This is the CPACE, then we are trying to do more of STP. I will come to the philosophy. Around more than 50 forms have been made STP. And those who are not from the corporate world, earlier each form was supposed to be going through the approval process. STP, you are directly going to the rice field. There is no manual intervention. This is second. For STP forms, we have to also be mindful of the corporate governance framework. So what we are trying to do, there is a center, a scrutiny center. On some way that will start working. Similarly, we have lots of new e-education has been started. So this journey of digitalization is on. Bala Murugan Saab, he is as a joint secretary, he is piloting a new amendment which has been introduced in the parliament. There also what we are talking, you will find decriminalization. You will find 12A, those who have studied, it's talking about the digital framework. Each company is supposed to have email address, website, and what we are talking, how we are going to give the wealth creator and employment creator, small companies, some kind of a more relief. So small companies, we started this journey from 2014. That time, paid up capital was around 40 lakhs, turnover was 2 crore. Now the present bill is proposing around 200 crore of turnover. So this is the journey. So what I will do, I am excited to take this liberty. This is the first time we have 5 members of advisory committee together. 2 are from academic world. Bala Muruganji is there, my colleague Garima is there, I am there. So I wanted to set the context that I have participated in last 2 our stakeholder conference. I know there are lots of pain points of transition. We have done good work. This is work in progress. But this exercise is what Bala Murugan Sahab has said. We are trying to revision a new architecture for filing. And this architecture has to be based on ease of doing business. This architecture has to be based on reducing compliance cost. So you have the pain points, but we have to also give some kind of a new framework. And when we are discussing 70-80% time, we are trying to address the present problem that is required. We are here to listen to you, but at the same time, we have to also think about new vision. So we have to shift from the form. Form is a reality, but the behind form, there is a principle. And this is unfortunate thing. I was discussing with Professor Ramon also. This field has been left to us, regulator and professionals. So academic world has never paid attention what is happening behind. We have been confined to the audit committee, we have confined to independent director, all gatekeeping job. But the real pain is here, how we can address it. So I will talk the principle. This is the era we talk about Viksit Bharat. In Viksit Bharat, the companies are going to create the jobs, how we can create an environment where they are not bothered with this kind of a compliances. Ease of doing business journey, there are different indicators. For the business for MCA, there are 2 indicators. Broad, one is the insolvency, another is the companies related. 2014, it was 142, and 2019 last, it was 63. So 79 years, more or less, it has taken 5 to 6 years. Now we have to jump, we have to come within first 10. So this is our vision. So if you study throughout India, the policy think tank they talk about, if you have to think about the Viksit Bharat, there are 3 running things: deregulation, decriminalization, and digitalization. These are the theme, and within this theme, this framework we are talking about. Digitalization is a solution, deregulation is a solution, and decriminalization in the present amendment also. This is the third time ministry is talking about decriminalization. Jan Biswas bill has also been passed. So you have to try to study across India. All departments are trying to work on ease of doing business in this framework. There is a phrase that has been coined by business community and regulator, all of us have worked together. I will give you a data. November 2025, this is the data. And this is again, data I was never aware unless I read through the report. More than 47,000 compliances have been reduced. 47,000 as a country, you can imagine. Including 16,108 compliance simplified, 22,287 digitalized, 4,458 decriminalized, and 4,270 redundant compliance removed. You imagine the compliance burden. Today I was going through some report for MSME. If you are working in manufacturing sector, 1,400 compliances are there. They are talking about if you are in MSME sector, annual cost will be around 13 to 17 lakhs cost of the compliance. We have to move from this framework. RBI has undertaken a comprehensive reorganization of its regulatory framework by consolidating over 90,000 circulars and guidelines into 238 functional specific master direction for different categories of regulated entities. So what I'm trying to do, giving you example, now GST has been rationalized, three have come. New income tax code has come. Labor 29 laws has been codified into. So there is across the India, all departments, central government department, they are trying to work on this. So for companies, when we talk for the companies, we have to have a different kind of a framework. Till now, we have never questioned the framework, whether there are countries, UK is there, Company House is there, UK's Companies Act is there, then Singapore Companies Act is there, then we have New Zealand, Estonia, so many places. So throughout the world, they are, when I read academic journals on corporate governance, they talk about the principle. And the principle is what Bala Muruganji has said, data can be used and it should be reused once you give the data. So the principle is once only principle. Data given once, data is shared. And behind this principle is who owns the data. See, there are different views. UK, Denmark, New Zealand, all of them, they talk about data is owned by the society and the company. There are many places where perception is data is owned by the regulator. So who owns this data? There are studies that they are saying UK is talking about, I can read, time is less, that making this data accessible to public is better than charging the money. So this is another way of looking at it. And Singapore has a hybrid system, certain data you can share it, certain data you have to pay it. So there are different framework. Estonia is a country, small country, has done a lot of digitalization. They are saying 98% the query if you file is through the system only, AI-based system. AI will check pre-scrutiny of the filing. So they are saying 90, and they have saved so much of money. European Union has come with, because so many countries are there, once only principle, and they have signed in 2017, this European Union declaration is there. OTS is the framework, and this is working, and they are saying they are saving so much of cost and time once data given. So here our framework should be, we are the custodian, data is of the society, of the companies, how we can use it. At the same time, we should be mindful of the fact that data protection is a reality, how we can look at the data protection. Second issue is, right now we have the framework. This framework is called, outside India, single source of truth. They don't differentiate between different organs of the government. Once you have given some data to income tax, the data is with the state. If you have given to companies our filing, so there is unique identifier number. Singapore has, UK has, New Zealand. It makes the life easy. So all the data through regulators are being shared. Right now, what is our way out? We have invested so much in our legacy system, whether it's income tax, GST. So the change will be, but we have to start questioning. So this mandate is filing rationalization. So we are talking about the philosophy of the filing rationalization. This mandate talks about recommending change in the act and rules also. So we are working on it. So this may be a long term. So the whole approach will be immediately what can be done in V3, some of the pain points that needs to be addressed, we can't wait for. And then the V4 architecture. So for architecture, and then something long term. So single source of truth is once you give the data, and that is the way the new framework is talking about, we have to trust the business. Right now it's a distrust. So their file is like income tax, it is self-certification. Then through the computers, through the AI, Estonia has come with the system of blockchain. You can't, once you file data, it cannot be changed. So taking into consideration all good practices. And philosophy is, we are the partners in the wealth creation, employment, the business. Then at the same time, we have to use the technology, how technology can do the gatekeeping job, what we are doing most of the time, which is not required for our professionals. We are now working on creating our own Big Four. They have to work as a strategic advisor rather than doing the small things which can be left to the digital world. So this unique identifier number, again, most of the countries, they have gone so that data is there. Now there is another question, is STP. We talked about, we have STP, and around more than 50 form has been, this is a gradual exercise, but still there are a lot of concerns. This exercise through, we got the feedback for more than 200 uh, uh, feedback, and there people are saying we should have more STP with conditionalities. Outside, I can share the trend. Outside is, there is a two framework, notification or approval. Outside, world has changed through systems, through making gatekeeping job, through integrating data-centric approach, and it is mostly notification. Approval is less and less. We have to say, so this is a change from form to function, form to data. Data will help us in doing most of the gatekeeping job. So this is another way of looking at it. Third one is digital register. Those who are from the corporate world, they are voluminous amount or number of statutory digital. Shareholders, directors, so many things are there. And as of now, it is required to be maintained manually. Most of the world has shifted to like DC Locker. It is there on the companies like website, somewhere of the, and you can use it. It's your data, you can use it. This is again, we have to think it. Again, this is what Bala Muruganji has said, how we can reduce. So once you gave your data, and UK talks about confirmation. Once data is given, you are not supposed to give it again and again. If there is an incremental change, so this is called confirmation statement. So this is another framework we have. Then we have last one, I will not take because we are here, but I wanted to set the context. Last one is risk and proportionality. One size doesn't fit all. So we can't, UK has also, for us, there is a small company is there in Companies Act, MSME has different classification. If you see with new amendment, 20 crores of paid up capital, 200 crores of turnover, what has been proposed. I feel right now, small companies, maybe 87, 88%, it will go up, 90, who knows it? We have to see the data. So what is the framework for them? Because MSME, this is the data known to everyone, they contribute around 30% of GDP, according to new survey, economic survey, 32 crores of employment, 45% of exports. And if they have to do 1400 compliances, this is a challenge. So what kind of a framework, if there is a framework required, and we have got 97% of the respondents through our questionnaire, they are saying there should be a framework based on size, based on the risk. Now each form has to be seen what information we are asking, whether there is any logic for asking. Same function can be done by another form, and same thing cannot be asked for everyone. So proportionality and the risk is the new framework. We have to try to assess each and every form. Yesterday it was something that was learning for me. So many people, those who are practicing, they were asking why you have asked this information. It doesn't serve any purpose. You are asking same thing in two other places. So we can save lot of cost and time. Last one is international experiences. What we have, international experiences. Most of the respondents, they talked about, we can take architecture from UK, company house, and data integration from Singapore. We have to be, so they are saying, don't adopt, adapt, taking the country's context. So this is a framework we have to talk about, how we are going to go forward. But there is no harm in looking at the best practices. So again, I'm motivated. This is a personal appeal to both are from academics background. We have to shift this whole debate from form to principle. And unless corporate governance is trust-based, unless corporate governance is based on certain principles, we will be lost in this form, and we don't know how to, it will be like a Chakravyuh, Abhimanyu Chakravyuh. You get inside, you don't know how to go out. So we have to some way get out of this chakravyuh of the forms, what we have created. And the system was based on distrust. For each activity, there was a different form. For each thing, there is a penalty. So we have to move. That's why these three are the guiding principle: deregulation, decriminalization, and digitalization. So more of AI, how we can use the user experience better. And we have to create some kind of a system. Again, I'm repeating, because if framework is not there, we will again lost in the debate. If I want to start a business, I should be able to form company on my own, going through the pre-recorded or help. So we are the third largest startup system. We have to create such a system where entry exit is seamless. You don't think about, if you have an idea, immediately think for going for a business formation. You should not be thinking about the compliances. And this is the reason that we have around 7.8 crores companies here, 7.8 crores MSMEs. Out of that, only 50 to 60,000 are medium. Most of them are micro. 99% are the micro. So our challenge is, if we have to achieve the target of Viksit Bharat, we have to give some kind of framework for formalization. And the recent budget also talks about equity support to MSME, but formalization will never be possible unless they are trying to incorporate. First is incorporation. Second is listing. Around only 1,400 companies are there on the both NSE and BSE. So if they are not incorporated, they are missing the cheapest source of resources. So this is the job. So for us as a community here, I'm very happy that local business chamber has actively participated. All three institutions are working wonderful. Our regional director, ROC, all are working. So this is a stakeholder conference. So here we have to leave our baggage who we are. We have to think about a new house, new framework, and we should free to suggest. And we have, I'm looking forward that after 1:30, when we are leaving this hall, we have got some value addition from this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words and setting the tone of discussion today. We now proceed to the thematic presentation on the proposed MCA filing architecture reform. The presentation will be delivered by Dr. Garima Dadij, Head School of Business Environment, IICA. The session will focus on key reform areas. Now invite Dr. Garima to please join us on the dais. Thank you, ma'am.
So, a very good morning, everyone. Again, it's a privilege to continue this discussion with such a distinguished gathering. And as mentioned by DG sir, the intent is to hear from you. So, this presentation will actually highlight the principles behind this entire exercise. And then we will be having certain questions. We'll be using Mentimeter. Those are just some probing questions. Many of the changes have already been done by Ministry of Corporate Affairs, or some are in process of making changes. So the intent is just to, ignite the thoughts and also listen your challenges, how you think that, these can be further strengthened. So at the outset, the goal is to move towards a simplified, integrated and registry-centric architecture to reduce duplication while maintaining the regulatory effectiveness and evidentiary value. As again highlighted by Sir, we again had a privilege to constitute the advisory committee. So this entire exercise is guided by the IIC Advisory Group on Ease of Doing Business, and we have eminent members present today with us. That has brought together, the government, regulatory, academia, industry, and deliberate on those certain key issues. The group's role is to review the current MCA filing framework and suggest practical reforms to make compliance simpler, faster, and more effective. As you can see, the distinguished members, we have a wide range from NSE to industry to technology experts who can add immense value to this discussion. Next, please. Yeah, so this is where we wanted to actually begin and spend some time here, because if we know the principle behind this entire exercise, I think we can actually meaningfully deliberate in a very structured way. So this exercise is not just about reviewing the forms, This exercise is about co-creating, the future that MCA filing architecture, if we can say that. And we are aiming to build a best-in-class benchmark system that works well for India's scale, diversity, and regulatory needs. And it's very important to highlight these issues because we know the international best practices. There are many lessons to learn, but we have our own unique scale, diversity, and the regulatory requirement. So considering all those points, we are actually doing this deep dive exercise. MCA is already one of the largest, corporate registries in the world, and there are several reforms that has been already carried out, like form consolidation, digital integration, and now we have an opportunity to basically redesign the system from the ground up. Again, as mentioned by JS sir also, with reference to the e-con and e-change draft amendment bill, it's worth mentioning that that is also highlighting or emphasizing the most of the changes are towards greater ease of doing business and simplification of the incorporation procedures, replacement of affidavits with some sort of a declarations in some filing. So there is a reduction in the procedural approvals, and also there are certain minor offenses were decriminalized, expansion of small company thresholds. So the requirements such as like paid up capital or all that has been revisited, strike off provisions have been tightened, common seal flexibility is there. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that the entire journey is towards make compliance easy and attract, motivate entrepreneurship, free trade agreements, get more investment in the country, and ultimately achieving the EODB. So we are seeking inputs, on all these from stakeholders to identify that what should be simplified. And when I say this, what should be simplified, we must emphasize again on our regulatory requirements, on our corporate governance standards, because there are certain things which involves a lot of procedural, but it's very important to ensure, good governance practices. And we need to actually listen from you if you can highlight what must be preserved. Particularly, I'm telling this about, evidentiary value like audit trail or the trailing records. And sometime we are certainly moving towards STPs and conditional STPs also, where if you do this thing, then the approval is different. So there could be a threshold-based conditional STPs. So intent is again not compromising on our records, on our verifications, on transparency and accountability particularly. And also with today's world of technology and AI, we are seeking your inputs that how tech can play a major role. And as we had like learnings from the previous two deliberations, there are very small things which if we can make a change, you are more, I would say, the more positive. So user experiences becomes good then. So those are the small things also we would like to hear, that, simple AI-based auto-populating the datas, or, giving you this guided flow, step-by-step process, how it has to be filed and everything. So that can actually help you to make this entire compliance very smooth and robust. So you can suggest us what can be automated, what can be integrated. So there are, so this entire exercise again, as per the guidance of MCA, we have divided it into 3 sections here. The general principles, which is about governing rationalization of filings. So what we are saying is India has built one of the world's most advanced compliance system, and now we have to go further. So we are nowhere saying that we have not done, and we all should be proud of whatever has been done till now through MCA. And your input shapes this by sharing which filing should be streamlined, which safeguards must remain strong, help us in shaping the architecture that is simpler, smarter, and legally robust. And we do have, sir, today 2 to 3 legal firms also present in the room. So, and we have written, sir has written to the top 20 legal firms also, inviting their comments on this entire exercise. So we are actually reviewing from multiple perspectives: compliance, legal, academia, and all. Then section 2, today's deliberation, we will have a chapter-wise suggestions, as mentioned by, again, Bala sir, about the number of forms. There is a working group committee. Yes, sir. Yeah. Light switch on. So, yeah, so there is a working group committee also. MCO officials are working day and night. Nitinji is also sitting today with us. So we have all been taking a deep dive into all these forms. And so what we have done in today's deliberation, because it's a challenge to finish it in 3 hours, but we don't want to go beyond it also, because then you don't feel that much involved into it. So what we have done, like, we have made some questions and ensured that there is a question for all forms. And that's what I think JS sir has also asked, that have you included all forms? And I said yes. So that's the intent. We have the chapter wise questions, but it might not be a one after another, because we have clubbed it into 3 stages, which is incorporation of the company, life cycle of the company, and exit of the company. The third section is about cross-cutting systems. So it's more like, technology, the data, and the implementation considerations. So we know there are a lot of API-based government initiatives have been taken. Either it's a GST or this Setu, it's there. API Setu is there. So such kind of things, if we build in, within this architecture of MCA, how things can become better. Here we are also talking about, interoperability, where one regulatory authority data speaks with other regulatory authority, just to, expedite the process of compliances. So we will be, your input is, again, will shape this in helping us to identify where smart pre-filling can save businesses the most time. Tell us how one filing could seamlessly serve multiple regulatory at once. So some, as mentioned by DG sir, again, some basic informations, or JS sir has also highlighted about KYC, and you do have to just do once in a 3 year. And also within the forms, if there is information that is required at a multiple level, it's one field is auto-populated, you don't have to fill it again. And we are also trying to change the narrative also, because sometime, as a researcher, I would say I felt that we are not that bad in the compliances. We have very good architecture forms and all, but the narrative of the number of forms or the user experience, with some very small changes, can actually play a huge role in getting the, most of compliance professional satisfaction on this architecture scheme. So we are working, to do an analysis that if we go with the interface-based filings rather than a form-based filings, and therefore we are working on, like, making suites and all that, radio button, using that for specific company. If you put a one-person company, then only certain options are available which is applicable to one-person company. So the intent is to make it very, very user-friendly also. And we have seen it from V2 to V3, several changes have done, but as again, there are only few e-forms are there for those changes in the V3. So we are working on that narrative also, that how we can further plan for the next V4 also. So the advisory group is basically, guiding us, and we will be, based on these inputs, we are doing analysis, and we also have a online questionnaire where we are seeking comments. Today again we have received around 240 responses on the online, so we would require your each of yours comment on that online submission, which is accessible to MCA, and certainly JS sir would like to see that what people are saying. And there were some interesting comments. Even people are saying that some of the comments that I've seen go back to V2. So don't, just give your reasoning behind it. Don't just make statements or, these things. And also, if we are envisaging, from V3 to V4, it will take time, but it has to be done in a phased manner. And therefore, advisory committee is guiding us what is immediate requirement, which can be done with the technical things, and what we can plan it for the future. So this is the QR code for, this is for the not for today filing, but please, you can take a picture, or we have already shared this, I think, with all of you through your invitation email also. So we definitely require each one of yours comment on those questionnaire that has been very thoughtfully curated by the entire MCA working group persons. Moving forward now, yeah. So, yeah, just go back one slide. Yeah. So there are 5 core reform themes which we are highlighting, what the rationalization seeks to achieve. And again, I think, it's worth spending 2 to 3 minutes here, because each query, each question which we'll be deliberating today, you can link it with this. Some people are even suggesting make these headings in your interface, and make it filings in under those broader headings. So we must understand principles behind this entire exercise. And first is that this reform is multidimensional. It's not merely about reducing the count of forms. So we are not just saying make it from 117 to whatever number, 50, 60, but the intent is to make a reform multidimensional. The first is the platform excellence. MCA 21 infrastructure upgraded the zero downtime, high resilience architecture, addresses the chronic criticism of portal unavailability during peak filings and all. So we have already done a good research and interacted with several of professionals in getting this kind of a statement here. Second is technology-enabled compliance. So AI can play a huge role here, pre-filling, automated validation, intelligent error detection, So even, the risk profile can also be segregated by using API, high risk, medium risk, low risk, and then the approvals could be different for all these different threshold or the risk criterias. Then we are talking about intelligent interoperability, like people are saying, what is the purpose of SIN, make it a PAN, link PAN and Aadhaar and SIN and all that. So we are talking about API bridging to GSTN and all this PAN and Aadhaar and SEBI and, CERSAI, or wherever there is a specific form approvals are required. So the data should speak with each other. Then form rationalization is about just overlapping data fields, as I said. At multiple forms, we ask similar information, so that can be worked out with a modular architecture. So we remain the core form plus conditional annexures. People are also saying there are problems in XBRL, Excels, and all that. So we need, that kind of a real challenges. The last is the proportionate and the inclusive design. So here I'm highlighting that compliance obligation calibrated by size. And I think in today's world of trust-based governance, and I again quote Professor Ram Mohan's article, I've first read about this trust-based governance, and Professor Vasanti is here to rather speak more on this concept. But the intent is, something about if we can have that kind of a filing, trust-based filing also, which is calibrated by the type of organization. So again, the narrative has a huge impact here, that how MSME or OPC or Section 8 or Nidhi companies, how does all these things work? What are their approvals? So if we have this kind of a interface-based filings, they don't feel that how many forms are there. It's just an interface. And the moment they select their category, they only get what has to be done by them. Right, so we know that no one size fits all, and this needs to be customized with the radio buttons and all that, the MCA working group members are guiding us to plan it further. Next slide. So, well, okay, this is about the entire, question coverage, that how each question reaches every E reform. And I must say that this exercise we have done when Bala sir has asked us, have you included all E forms? So, I wanted to double check myself, and we, along with the Shivangi and Shubhi, we have done this exercise of mapping E-form clusters with each questions, because you can't have a one specific question only talking about one form. Otherwise, we require 3-4 days to keep talking about it. But it's a structured stakeholder consultation wherein we are talking about Spice Plus, INC forms, incorporation and all. Then we have PAS and Asset 7, 8, 9 about share capital and securities. We have PAS 4 and 6, we have charge forms, we have DPT forms, we have MGT forms, we have AOC forms, and we know that recently AOC 4 and the CSR has also been linked, the form. Then ADT forms are there, DIR forms and DIR KYC forms. Again, for that also there are a lot of, I think, auto STPs are there. Then we have, yeah, I think we can go forward. Then CA. So all these things we have actually, we have segmented. There are few questions which are principle-based questions. We have taken, again, with the guidance of our DG sir, we have curated, designed those questions. And so we'll begin with those questions first, which are open-ended. But I would request all of you to not just, if the question is talking about incorporation, don't jump on ADT, DPT. There is a question, you will definitely get a chance. Just try to be very specific on that specific part, what you want to add and what are the real pain points. If you can classify your suggestions in two parts. One is a user experience based, small things, which anyway we can do it quickly. And second is more about strategic inputs or technology, using technology, so how the future look like. So if you can also segregate your comments in these two parts, actually it will add a lot of value for the discussion. Next slide. All right, so this is a two-phase reform model, and again, this is guided by our advisory committee, because one is something which is an interface and system change, and there is a hard pressed timeline for this discussion, and we are working on this agenda, that how we can quickly make certain changes, how we can merge few forms, and that's what we will discuss second. And the phase 2 is about, so in phase 1 there's no need of change in law, okay. In phase 2 there might be a possibility of a change in rule or provision or any amendment. That's and that takes its own time, and there's again a process for working on that part, and also seeing that how our current architecture of V3 and all is capable to quickly adapt those suggestions. So that's more like a long-term suggestions, but we are taking this liberty because of the advisory group members are quite senior and expert, so I think they can plan for, say, V4 certainly today in today's time. So all right, now this is about section the questions that I'm mentioning in the three different sections, section A, B, C. As again sir has highlighted in the morning, that in the last two consultations we have to rush the section C part because there's a lot of time already. So that's why I'm saying that sometime, if we request you that there will be this question later, so just hold your question and focus on that specific part only. So we have section A targeted question, 10 questions are there. The intent is, there are specific topic, goal, priority goal, which actually talks about, the reform philosophy. And again, as an academician, I would like to again mention that we need to first understand that what is our philosophy objective behind it, rather than just start saying ki ye karne se ye ho jayega. So we need to plan in that way, what is the reform philosophy and stakeholders prioritization is extremely important. So if there is some specific disclosure which impacts a larger stakeholders, we need to be cautious that there is a purpose of each form, as we often say, and again I've learned this from our DG sir only, that first exercise when we got this project was we mapped each form with what is the purpose of that form, why this form was introduced, right? And then who are the stakeholders it can impact, and that's how we mapped it at the beginning. So this talks about data centricity and STP form reduction, interoperability and everything. Then consolidation criteria is also there while evaluating whether two forms can merge. So it's not just a simple suggestion of merging two forms. Yeah. So, okay. Just to clarify that this sequential order is primarily based on the online questionnaire that we have just given you the scanner, right? So that's the sequence which you are following in the online submission. This identify the decision. So consolidation criteria, what we are saying, if we merge two forms, what are the legal risk involved in it, and we are also talking about data overlap, third party rights. Many people say strike off, again do it, and approvals can we minimize. So if MC is dependent on other regulatory bodies authority to say that okay there are no tax pending, okay, so how we can further strengthen it. So from that perspective we have to think, not from here ki you just have to do it in like 3 days or whatever. Then we have STP expansion scope, how we can do full STP or conditional STP. We need to divide that discussion. Then pre-fill, data fill, interoperability priority, threshold differentiation. So I think I have briefly touched upon all these points. We can go further, yeah. This section B is about viability assessment, And here we are actually talking about that if can incorporation become a single real-time unified process across all agency. Is it doable? What is the viability assessment of that specific change, high, low, medium? So there are questions on that basis. We are talking about directors also. Can all directors' data be unified in one profile? So there are different requirements for foreign directors and all that. So can we do that? Event-triggered updates, merging DIR 11 with 12. So there's some critical questions on that. Then we have a question on unified annual filing, right? So if we club few forms rather than quarterly filing or half-yearly filing to annual filing, so then again, what is the purpose of asking for quarterly and why we are saying to make it annual? So the more specific you are, that would add value here. Then we are talking about charge and consolidated filing plus CERSAI, as I mentioned already, that yesterday also we had a very detailed discussion on this charge creation, modification and satisfaction be handled by one consolidated forms, and then whether creation and modification is fine, whether how many days are required. So can certificates become system generated? Also, this is also one of the narrative. There are a lot of certificates which people count it as a form. So we are also working on that narrative that, and can certificate be auto-generated if you give this kind of information? So guided flow, auto-generation and all that. And the B5 is about forms in scope. So can strike off be, basically fast-tracked with all that different, and there are different types of strike off. So we need to focus on those part, what we are talking, which form, why, what is your suggestion? Next slide, yeah. So then section C in the questionnaire, online questionnaire, is about open-ended strategic inputs where we would require your inputs on the overall reform architecture. So is the direction right? Is the timing appropriate in today's, whatever is happening in the global economy and the political economy, I would say. So what are the key strengths? What are the key gaps? How we can work? Risk and unintended consequences. So legal risk from STP consolidation, compliance culture, and the stakeholder resistance. Okay, so if we are saying as a compliance professional to do something, if the form is made for addressing some specific stakeholder right, whether that stakeholder would resist that suggestion. So that also, when you are suggesting these things, if you keep these things in your mind, the suggestion becomes very practical and doable. Then we are talking about phased implementation roadmap. Again, even in the phase one, we can plan like immediately next 2-3 months what can be done, and then later. International benchmarks, sir has already highlighted about the best practices, and we must take best of everything and make something like we have our Indian constitution, which I always quote. We are proud of taking best of all the constitution and making our own. So if we have something to learn, but again keeping in mind our own uniqueness in terms of number of companies, right? In the working groups, I remember we were deliberating on this thing that Singapore has this thing, but then somebody just asked how many companies are there registered. So we need to just be very conscious and cautious about such suggestion with a very specific input. Then we are also talking about scenario analysis. 3 possible reform pathways are there: incremental, structured, and full digital transformation. I think this is just to sensitize you about your online inputs that you will be filling by scanning the QR code. And this is extremely important to get feedback, because this will help us in drafting the report. This will help us for the advisory committee members to give their comments and way forward by MCA. Fine, I think, so this is the proposed implementation, roadmap. It's just nothing, we are just trying to highlight that there is a working groups and the coordination committees working on this agenda. Working groups are working on their specific form. So we have divided into 3 stages, as I mentioned: incorporation, life cycle, and exit. And we are driving this again under the chairmanship of JS Sir. How each working group is giving its report, then we are consolidating, mixing it with stakeholder inputs, international benchmarks, then putting it before advisory committee members, then giving it to MCA, that this is what the report suggests for further consideration. So if you can be, this is a stakeholder guidance, because, I mean, here I'm sure you are confident that you are the right stakeholder, but we have also received this kind of a calling and emails that law firm asking, am I relevant for answering this? And we said, certainly you are. Sometime, any other professional is asking, or any other, this is a joint exercise. I mean, we can say that CSCA and CMI are the 3 PIs, but even the industry chambers or the professionals working within the corporate as these compliance officers also provides a great input here. So particularly we are also talking about financial institutions like banks, PE, VC investors, depositories. Therefore, in Mumbai, again, Sir has suggested to do it with NSC. NSC MD and CEO is also as an advisory group, member of the advisory group, but we are doing it there, inviting the listed entities and all those people also to deliberate on these issues. Also, insolvency and restructuring professionals, again, has a huge value. Yesterday, again, we were discussing about if a director has resigned, still his credentials are there, or still he's signing the documents, or if the company goes into insolvency and he has been reappointed as a director. There's again a good exercise we have done under the guidance of our DG sir. The Insolvency Center has done that. So they are also very relevant in giving it here. So, and how to respond effectively, as I already highlighted, is about flagging legal risk is very important, and identifying stakeholder time. And you need to be very specific and evidence-based. So suppose if in our question further, if we ask which international practice you would suggest. So our purpose is not to just say the name of the country like Singapore BizFile or UK company. Mention your experience in handling any specific filing or the form in Singapore, and specifically say, because we are not going to replicate anybody. And our committee member group, Shri Rahul Mathan, who is a founder of Trilegal, has specifically mentioned that, let others follow us. So what we are trying to say is that you suggest the specific practice if you have experienced in the international compliances, so that we have lessons to learn and see that how much this can be doable. Key takeaways again would be to again have a comprehensive review of MCA forms. Every e-form on MCA 21 is directly or indirectly in the scope of this deliberation. Phase 1 about interface change, pre-filing STP, API integration. APIs again, when we say it's like the tech part I'm highlighting, can begin without rule amendment, so it's easy to do, but it solves the bigger pain rather, because most of our discussion in last few months is more about user experiences. So that can be easily worked through APIs. Then we have questionnaire is not a formality. Working groups are there to mandate, to base their draft from form recommendations and rule change. Section C is open-ended, and the target is a IT system live as early as possible. The window for stakeholder input to shape that system is now. And this is a massive exercise, and each one of you holds a great value, because we all will become a history of this kind of a transform or reform process. So with this, I think now I'll stop it here. This was important, so you know what and how to speak. Now we will use our Mentimeter questions, so you need to keep your smartphones ready. I think we should begin first. Let's cover few questions and then we will have a tea break, because I think now you are already very clear, so I need to get few inputs quickly. I invite my team, Shivangi and Shubhangi, who has really worked hard, and Anu from backend. So please be on the stage. We will run through the questions, and certainly sir would be happy if any comment is required.
Requesting all to use their mobile phones once the QR code will be visible. In case you're not able to scan the QR code, which will be visible shortly, you can also put a code which is visible on the top of that QR code, and you need to open mentimeter.com. mentimeter.com. So the QR code, if you're able to scan it, we will advise you to scan it, since it will be helpful for getting your feedback on each of the questions which will be out for deliberations.
And if you are not able to scan, you can use this code 65298399.
I hope we are able to be on the same page in our mobile phones. Yeah, in case anybody has a problem, please raise your hand. We'll be able to help you then. Requesting all to please scan or put the code. It is the only way to basically contribute, yes, your views. So once the questions will be displayed, it will give you an option to choose the available options. Those options are all up to choose. So you can either choose one option or multiple. It will allow you to also choose multiple options. For the ones who are choosing something that is being suggested and you're saying no, so we will encourage you to please speak as to why do you think that that cannot be done, or there is a legal risk or a risk to the corporate governance principles. Very, very briefly and very, very structurally, so that we can capture your feedback in an effective manner. Thank you.
Yeah, so here we act like an academician, we have attendance sheet also. So we want each one of you to please join this. Yeah. So this is about today's agenda. Again, most of the things I have already covered, which primarily talks about stage 1. We have a entry and incorporation question. Stage 2 is operational and ongoing compliances. Stage 3 is exit and closure. And then there are certain principle-based questions in the beginning. So we have put this last pillar at the beginning, and that is how we are starting. So there are 40 questions. So some questions, if there's no, I mean, it's not a compulsion to speak, but I mean, we would like to capture maximum. So the more you would be brief, we would be able to cover it meaningfully, all questions. So your comments has to be very brief. Yeah, so section 1 is about digital interface model and next generation filing architecture. This section explores the move from static forms to guided, data-driven filing workflows. Focus area, as we discussed. So you need to select all applicable where indicated, or provide justification where we are asking something, right? So this is just again to a beginning slide. Let's go to the next. Core design shift from forms to interaction. And this is a very important word, right? Let's not say it like a form or a disclosure. You know, it's kind of an interaction, which is important for all stakeholders to know. So it's not, we don't consider this as a, you know, compliance burden. We say that you are interacting with stakeholders. So move from static forms to guided data-driven filing workflows, like in Econ, in eChange, already we are working on this, like a, you know, guided flow is there. Focus area is pre-fill data, delta-based filing. Delta means wherever there is a change, delta, you file. Otherwise, it is auto-populated and auto-submitted. Dynamic workflows, module-based architecture. Again, that's an important perspective. If we develop like a DIR suite or a, you know, STK forms merging, making it a suite, so it's more like a module-based architecture and the infrastructure readiness. So let's move further. Next slide. Okay, so here your polling begins. So it has a huge value, yeah. Which again, this is just a beginning question. And as I mentioned, we don't have to say this or that. Why, which part, what, how do you think in our own uniqueness, country's uniqueness, we can adapt? So if you have a comment, please speak, and otherwise you can just vote it here. Sorry. So that's what you can speak also, like, you know. So sir, which part of it, what you are suggesting, how is?
Hello. Yeah, what difference I see in Canada, they incorporate a company and then give a name. Just like a baby, you incorporate a company, get a number, thereafter they will give a name. So all other world I have seen other way, like what we do.
Okay.
So I think it is a better way. We can have a incorporation in our time.
Okay. So yeah, we are noting all the points. Some comments we won't be reflecting it. So you can keep going on. This is just a first very broad question, principle based. Then we will come to a specific question. So we have done a good analysis of these four. That's how we have put in here. But certainly it's a valuable addition. And also, if you can mention your name before speaking, because we are noting each comment, and we may even approach you separately for an online interaction. So may I know your name, sir? Sorry, sir. Okay.
In case you're not able to read what is visible on the screen, you are requested to please scan the QR code. The questions will be reflected on your mobile phone.
So you must have scanned earlier.
Yes.
So you can see your mobile and actually vote it. Here we are just seeing the responses. So 36 of 74 responded. So this is an exercise which is actually helping us to take a deep dive of that specific jurisdiction. And those who are, so we are getting your details also here, who is filling what. If you can be specifically mentioning some of the key strength of these jurisdictions, that would be a great value addition. Otherwise, we need to again approach to you separately. Let's move, keep moving on, otherwise we have many. Yeah. Yeah. So this is about core features. This question focuses on the core features that should define the future, MCA portal model about guided workflows or step-by-step filing, system guide user, pre-filled filings, data auto-populated, less manual entry, and you must have seen econ e-chain draft amendment, or it should be a life cycle based filings. Sometimes, again, I think this is where we are actually emphasizing a lot, that rather than an individual filing or a event based also, we make a event based also as a part of the life cycle filing. So that's how we'll get your prioritization with this kind of a question. Next. Next is about what technical conditions should be met before expanding STP, right? Everybody says that we can simply expand STPs, but this is a question where we are asking about STP allows filings to be approved.
Benchmark. Anyone has views, then the change question. So
Canada he shared.
Anyone, because that's very important. I will read out how the digital many of you have given Estonia. This is Estonia is the global reference point for only once in practice. More than 1.3 billion queries per year flow through X road, of which approximately 3% are submitted by humans. That's all system is doing. And the benefits are, reminders are machine-to-machine transaction, and which government system query each other on behalf of companies. So the data is the government data, they ask each other. So validation is through single source of truth, and the machine is asking 95% of queries, validating, and they are talking about Estonian government estimates aggregate saving at approximately 2% of gross GDP annually. Digital signature alone, which replaces weight-linked signature across all government and commercial transactions, save each Estonian citizen approximately 5 working days. So you can see how the world is moving. So when we are asking, someone has said, we'll read what is good about Canada. Similarly, the STP, now the world has moved real-time updation. So real-time updation is the framework. Notification is the framework, not approval. So what they are asking, what kind of a conditionalities? When we got the respondent views, many of them, they said it's a good idea, but with some conditionalities. What can be conditionalities? Can we do it through IT system itself? Or human intervention, like professional gatekeeping is required? What kind of a gatekeeping is required? So please speak. For the first time, I'm saying this thing again and again, because earlier we had so much of views, it was difficult to prioritize who will speak first, who will speak last. So be free. This is a brainstorming session. Nothing is right, nothing is wrong. This is just and all of you have worked in this area. So if you say something, it will have a great value. Feel free to speak also. You are trying to vote also. Give your suggestion through the numerical, whatever is the percentage, but feel free to speak up also.
So here we are talking in this question also about, STPs. We know, we suggest that, there could be expansion. Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, so when it comes to STP, my suggestion would be, it may look crazy, but what I'm suggesting is, especially in case of where foreign nationals are involved or foreign body corporates are involved, the documentation process is really very, very tough, which involves apostolization, notarization, consulate attestation and all. So I am suggesting to remove that. The reason is, for example, if you compare the process of issuance of digital signature now, they are also under the government certifying authorities. Earlier, they were asking for the same documentation where apostille and notary, those kind of stuff is required. But now that is done away with by way of a video verification, where the person who is getting the digital signature, he has to come on a video, show his passport, show his address proof, and done with it. No more apostolization or those processes are required. So why that is required now is the question. And if that kind of functionality is brought in while incorporation process, my suggestion would be entire incorporation itself can be made STP.
Okay.
That's my suggestion. Thank you.
This comment was yesterday also about apostization we had in Chennai also. Yeah. Yes, sir. If you can tell your name, sir, because
My
can...
name is Pramod, I'm a PCS. What is the rationale for some forms are approval basis? What is the rationale for some forms for being STPA basis? Why I'm asking this question is, example, if I want to convert from a private limited company to a public limited company, it's an approval basis. In fact, ministry should be putting the red carpet for me, saying from an exemption regime, I'm coming to the more compliance. Then actually should be putting a red carpet and saying do STP. But why is it going through an approval? So I would like to know on what basis you are actually putting something on STP and something on approval. Then only we can suggest. Otherwise, without knowing the ministry's reason why some forms are approval and why some
It's
are
a
STP,
regulatory governance prime. Sir,
no, I
I mean,
understood,
I'll
but
add.
what is the thought process
Now,
behind it?
what
Otherwise
you
we
are
can't
saying,
suggest. Otherwise, I'll suggest 1,000 things which will not make any sense.
no, what
Good
you are
question.
saying, we have given the principle, if we have to go for STP, we have to have the risk profile, regulatory requirement. So we have to come with the justification. What you have said, there are many things which are not logical as of now. Many things are not logical. We are trying to understand, and when this report will come, we have to give the logic. Why we are saying, you have said, exempted, you are coming to regulatory. And then also there is a problem. So this kind of a thing, so these are the feedback from the stakeholder. Because STP should be based on certain principle. And the world has changed. World has changed because they have taken the digital infrastructure in such a way that most of the things are done, oversight is done through the digital infrastructure. So right now, you saw the journey 2014. Before that, any old company secretary can tell you there were hardly an STP. So this is after 2014, this STP journey started. Before that, there were hardly any decriminalization. Now 63 forms, provisions have been decriminalized. More will be part of this bill. So this is a journey. So you have to give the feedback, and you have rightly questioned it. We will try to find out the answer. Yeah, good.
Good morning, sir, and respect to all this, our that officials and everything, myself Tripathi here, communication in practice. I have such one small suggestion. Whatever the principle we are adopting, that is applicable from the small company to the big companies. I hope what you told, actually, it is a very good practice that we have GDP as well as this employment point of view. Small companies is one of the remarkable achievement as on date. So why not the total system? I'm not telling about the STP, incorporation, everything. Should be divided into two parts. Those are the big company, strict regulation is required as per my 30 years experience. Because they have earning more, they should be strict. Otherwise, the total intention of our system would be, it's not to be fulfilled. But the small companies, there should be some rationalization and some fairness so that they can be start immediately. Because when I'm interacting, there are two categories. Those are newly started the business, those are well educated, they are struck with a very, very silly things. For example, one KYC, one delay filing, like that they are ready to start the business with a very good ambition, but they're stuck only because of this reason. Sometimes delay filing for the 10,000, 12,000, they are blocking their business, which is supposed to be turnover of 10 crores down the line of 2 years. So for that reason, my sincere request for small companies, we should think more flexibility. For the bigger companies, we should not think so much technicality, sir. Thank you so much.
What you have said, this is also part of mandate of this committee to come up MSMEs, small companies under radar of the ministry. And if you see this amendment also, they are trying to give new definition of MSME, 20 crores paid up capital, 200 crores of turnover. And if you are a small company, we have definition here, a small company, there are lots of benefit. Now what you are saying to having a totally a new architecture. One has to think a totally a new architecture, so one can do it in a way, what is the minimum regulatory requirement is required and how much flexibility can be given. That is one of the principle, and this principle is very important, very important. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Particularly regarding a small company, I would like to mention, what is happening is, as Garimaji is saying, I think we need to change the narrative. Right now, Company Act provides, okay, these are all the requirements. And then what we have done, we gave exemptions to small companies. So small companies are exempted from filing so many things based on that when they are classified small companies. And for example, they are, every company is supposed to do 4 meetings in a year. They are supposed to do only 2. There are so many exemptions, right? Even for filing AOC 4 and then MGT 7, there is an abridged version. But what we have to do is maybe change the narrative that small companies are required to only file these things, and then when they file, small companies moves to next, they move out from a small company, and then they are supposed to file additional filing. That is what happening. And when you are saying that if you are going to be specific that this particular requirement of a small company is not required, that will be useful rather than being general in nature. That will be useful because we are already in the proposed amendment, which is in Parliament right now, additional relaxations for small companies are being considered, like reducing the meeting from 2 to 1, and then CSR exemption, and then relaxed time frame for creation of charge. All those things are already being done. But when you say, if you are going to be specific, that will be useful.
Hello.
What Bala Murugan Sahib is saying, already if you, most of us are professionals here, you know that there are a lot of relaxation. Some of the things, we know it, some of the things already proposed. So I have a suggestion, and we got it from Hyderabad also, Chennai also, very good idea, some kind of a dashboard for compliance. They were saying small companies, many of them, when they start the business, they are not aware. When they open up their computer, they should know they have to commence the business. When they open up the computer, they should know what kind of a filing is pending. There are a lot of exemptions we are not discussing, and something is proposed. So that kind of a suggestion you gave 2 parts. How the IT can be leveraged in such a way that they are empowered, they are able to do whatever compliance is required. We have to map whatever relaxation has been given. Even they have a lesser penalty for many of the violation of the Companies Act. What else need to be done? What has been given further, additional, and with justification?
Hello. Yeah. My name is Kunal, and this dashboard part was completely required. That's, I completely agree if you can get it done. And also one more thing for small companies who have, I think, I don't know how you categorize the small companies, but as per the turnover, if I must say that for each and everything we need to go, create P&L, all those filing and all, we have to do it through an auditor or something. I know many of you will not like this suggestion, but today I have AI that can do all my stuff, creating P&L, balance sheet and all those stuff. So why, if it is less than 2 CR or something, we can easily just go create it and submit it as a self-certification or something like that should be there. That if suppose in future we go for any investment or something, definitely the auditor will be required. No issue, no doubt for that. But unless and until this can be done for make the procedure very, very easy and less compliance.
So what you are saying, there are 2 ways of looking at it. We have to see the international experience also. Like UK, I was not aware, they have the micro entity company also small. We have only a small. And again, if there are two ways, auditor, if you say auditor is not there, then if you go for a loan, there will be a problem, because if auditor statement is there, further getting the loan, so both way, we can simplify it. We have to look for better practices being done outside. This was a debate also somewhere in corporate governance also, whether we can exempt from the auditing. But if you are not auditing, then the further any kind of a loan, any kind of a deposit, that will be challenged. So it's a good suggestion. We'll examine, give us justification.
Yeah, if someone is going for loan or something, definitely it should be there. No doubt for that.
See, I'm a little surprised. Small company definition it's already there in the Companies Act and rules made thereunder. Right now, a company which is having paid up capital up to 10 crores and turnover up to 100 crores. That is the definition of a small company. Definition of a small company by MSME is a different one. Investment in plant and machinery and turnover. So we are aligning our small company definition as per MSME. Whenever they change from 40 crores, from 50 crores they move to 100 crores, we have also changed our definition to 100 crores. Sir, in the Companies Act Amendment Bill, we are making this provision to increase, having a the threshold, Companies Act threshold is up to 10 crores of paid up capital, 100 crores of turnover. We are increasing it to 20 and 200. Whenever MSME, through MSME Act, MSME is going to change the small company definition, then we may change it. That's number one. Number two, as far as why I wanted to mention this, already we are considering that particular amendment in the Act for class of companies. We may, will decide later on after discussions up to which turnover for small companies audit exemption may be given. That is also because I am saying this before the bill got introduced, we were not discussing this in public. Since already bill is in public forum, all the stakeholders are required to give their feedback. The proposed amendment is having this provision that audit exemption may be given for some class of companies, as you rightly pointed out. But the important point is the very purpose for a company, for anyone, from a partnership firm, from LLP or normal family run business to come and formalize is to grow. When they want to grow, then they have to put these systems in place. Unless otherwise you have proper books of records, proper audit document, the possibility of you to grow is not there. That's the reason. So that's the reason there's a lot of debate is happening. So if you are, why you want to come and become a company? Because you want to grow and then you have to have all those systems. While we agree that there is always scope for improvement, we need to change. That's the reason we are sitting here. So just wanted to, give these thoughts.
Morning, sir. Morning, sir. This is a specific question regarding DPT3. Right.
Sir,
I mean, no, I just want to know this, whether is there any amendment possible, particularly for the private companies and small companies, because they are supposed to file within June 30th, which is unaudited figure for them. It's then either the value will differ or they will have to file belated with penalty, which is very difficult for small companies. That is something which I think we should consider. Either you abridge it with the AOC4 and MGTCA filing so that it becomes easier for the small companies also, or the private companies also should be basically included, sir. Even though the threshold limit is not there, the audit and unaudited figure problem will be there. So there will, even though they file, there will be problem.
But we have got this feedback also in Chennai, so we are examining.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Sir, this is regarding the small companies.
Good. Now everyone has started speaking. The idea was to provoke. Okay. Good.
So one question is that there are certain exclusions in the Companies Act for the small companies, which is coming under the holding and subsidiary one, which is not considered as a small company. So in this, we are like, though the companies are very small, which is not coming under the paid-up capital and threshold limits of this turnover, because they're coming under the heading of holding and subsidiary, the companies are ending up in giving a lot of information, and even the forms also sometimes required a lot of information to be filled in. And adding up to this, now the dematerialization also is one more. And especially when the holding in such subsidiary are with global companies, then it is again a bigger role. So I would say there's a lot of room there to to see how much the information can be reduced, because the companies sometimes do not have anything in their balance sheet, but still because of that holding and subsidiary, they are ending up in giving a lot of information.
So I think this question will reserve it for Balaji, but so far as I understand, this small company is totally different. Holding and subsidiary philosophy is totally different. So
what she's saying is right, sir. Right now, any subsidiary or joint venture or anything which is part of a group is not, even their turnover is less than 100 crores, not considered as a small company. It's not a small company. She's right. That is again done with a reason, and it is also international practice. But we'll consider your suggestion and we'll relook why it cannot be done, why it should be not considered. We'll take a note of your. But right now, yes, it is not.
yeah, next question. We had a lot of
Sir, you
discussion.
can, I would request you to sit this side so that you don't have to turn all the time. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
So now we should move to next question. We have to.
Sir, the previous question only.
So this is the last question.
Yeah,
We got lot of question on the size. We got lot of question on MSME exemption.
Yeah.
So we have so many other interesting questions. Yeah.
Okay. Sir, one suggestion. I am Ravindra Kore, Director, FKCCA, Chamber of Commerce. What suggestion is, we are having an income tax filing. Each individual having the PAN-based login ID.
I think you have to keep slightly away.
PAN-based login ID. For GST number also. The unique ID is GST number based on that login ID. The client compliance will, in dashboard, it will come to know. Like that, scene-wise, if you created for company-wise unique login ID, whatever filings, now we are filing from our professional login ID, if you created individual company-wise, we can go what are the pending things to be compliance. In dashboard itself it will come. So if you start...
We have just discussed that this is doable, this is very easy.
Yeah.
That,
easy.
and you know that someone told me, MSME, that they were not aware that they have to give commencement of business 20A, and after 1 year they came to know. So many things can be done because whenever you open up your computer, things will come, these are the pending.
Any of their login IDs, that dashboard it will complied and non-complied list will come.
Yeah, that's a
That
doable.
is easy.
Doable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good suggestion, because if you have not paid your credit card bill, you will get the message. So V4 architecture, what we are thinking after all the consultation is over, we'll think what is possible within the system, what can go to V4. But this is a doable. This will enhance the user experience, and that will also avoid lot of enforcement and penalty, because the moment you will open up, and reminder system should also work.
So we have a tea break. This is the last question, and then we'll have a group photo and a short tea break. Last question of this part. This is open-ended. What improvement should MCA 21 V4, it's a future strategic input, should prioritize? So based on your opinion, if you can just type it, and anybody wants to speak it shortly?
And also, the comments that have been given while speaking also, you can please drop down in this window, chat window, and we will be able to note it down for our records as well. Thank you.
So this is an important question. This will decide the prioritization of reform in V4. What is the most important pain point? 1, 2, 3. It's all are important. All are important.
So we are having very good inputs here in writing also. So
can we stop XBRL filing? We'll upload a PDF file. Please use backend AI. take whatever data you want.
What challenges you feel, sir, if you can little bit
Madam,
elaborate?
AOC for XBRL, it takes 3 days for any person to fill it up. And you have to read 300 to 400 pages of data. Ultimate nightmare for anyone.
So there was a
I'm telling you, I mean, it is not at all user friendly for us anymore. And today AI has reached such a stage it can read any PDF file. So why don't we move to the next level in AI? I think India can be the master this thing. My suggestion to you is, look, sir, MCA has got 7 lakh companies. You're getting data of 7 lakh companies. The way we can use AI is you can take out Thomson Reuters out of business. Today, a company should be able to just go and type, if I want to look at the top 100 FMCG companies in India, what is their turnover, what is their profit, what is the thing? That is the data he should be getting from MCA. I don't have to go to Thomson and Reuters. You have the data with you. You sell that data, no, you make money. In fact, your MCA will become the most profitable thing after Income Tax Act. That is what I'm suggesting.
So what you have said, that's extremely important for us.
What I'm saying is, why don't we flip the way MCA is being looked in from a data perspective? You have so much of data, 7 lakh companies of data. I think all AI companies will kill to get this data.
Yeah. So
you ask
can,
for a Microsoft
can,
or a
I,
Google,
can I respond? We got your question. This is.
But we don't want to be data entry operators, sir. As professional, let's move up the value chain.
Yeah.
Let us advise companies what is the compliance to be done. But right now, this XBRL data is one of the worst things that has ever happened to us.
There was similar suggestion in both the consultation. They were saying 2 things. One is PDF, another is Excel sheet, and it should immediately will give you AOC4. You don't have to fill. This is one. What you have said, suggestion has come so that you save your time. There is another suggestion, what you are saying, we have not done data mining, data analytics. So let's hope that the next phase of what we are talking of before, the form from data. So data will help us. What you have said is absolutely right. Absolutely, we have noted.
We'll just break now for tea is getting cold. So we have a group picture outside because then JS sir also has to go in between. So we'll first have a group pic outside, please join, then a 15 minutes tea break. So we come back at 12:10.
Thank you, participants, for joining us back. Um, so we will be moving on forward with the first stage of interaction by the companies with the filing infrastructure. So it's the entry and incorporation stage. Requesting everyone to be ready with the respective mobile phones to scan and, start responding. Requesting all to be seated and requesting everyone to please cooperate as we have a very strict timeline to follow. We have a very delicious lunch waiting us sharp at 1:30. So requesting all to be please seated as we sail through this part of the deliberations as well. So the first question is on the change management workflow. So, no, it's fine, yeah. So the first question in the entry and incorporation stage, we are asking that if the following forms can be merged or can be somehow provided a common interface of common workflow. And there the following options are there wherein this can be achieved. What is the most suitable that you think is the legally right and a risk-proof way of linking them or merging them or consolidating their interactions? So they basically, a lot of changes a company has to make, like change of an address, name, state. So it has to file separate forms, as we all must be aware of. So the question is whether we should combine these into one single form interface or we should ideally keep them separate for their individual value and audit trail.
Any comments on this question?
I don't have any specific issues in these forms. Only thing is, as far as registered office situation is concerned, now longitude, latitude, those tagging is done. There is no issue as such with that. But when it comes to the proofs as such, in India, let us say if you take in Bangalore, BBMP utility bill comes with very haphazard address. It will not show pin code. It will not show Bangalore. It will just say BLR. Like that, yeah, across country, it may be the same. So we always find it difficult to get the right address proof, especially the utility bill or BBMP tax-paid receipt, such kind of things, which is creating trouble in incorporation documentation also, as well as INC 22. Though it's a certification which we do in STP, it is a risk on us. Yeah.
We know that we have a pain point as far as address proof is concerned. We are making required amendment. We are changing, actually, we are making it very simple, user-friendly. Please go through that amendment which is available in the portal. Still, if you have some suggestions, okay, no, we can add this document also, we can modify in further in a particular way, you can give your suggestion. This is already noted. We have received many recommendations and then received feedback from stakeholders. Accordingly, we are already making amendment in the incorporation rules. Not only for registered office address KYC, for subscribers KYC.
This incorporation should have come after all this consultation. We had a different kind of a consultation. Even the advisory group was involved. Based on all the feedback, this is a draft. Go through it. As many suggestions you can give. The idea is to make it such that it should be reflective of all the pain points that is getting addressed through the our incorporation new rules. So go through it. After that also, Ministry has uploaded it on the website. This is also an IAC website. Wherever you feel like, give the comments.
my question is whether these data can be integrated with GST portal, DGST portal, so that the data of that incorporation can be incorporated into those portals, so that getting registration under those, I need not feed all the data, so that I can, and again and again I have to make other identification, verification and all, it could be avoided.
This is again a philosophical question. When I was addressing, I said, as of now, we have legacy system. We are trying to have, when you are incorporating, you get GST number, you get PAN, TAN, everything you get it. But the idea is how the SIN can become a unique identifier number. Then all the transaction can get automatically populated. So this may be the V4, this may be in the future, because this is happening outside India. I have mentioned Singapore is doing, 55 government agencies are using the company's unique identification. Whatever transaction you are doing, that gets mapped. So this is a aspirational goal, but right now the transition will have lots of things to say, because lot of money has been invested in all the legacy systems. So this will be, right now in V4, we may see it, how we can get integrated, how, because technology is changing very fast. We can have, without changing the legacy system, also we can have some kind of interface. So we have to see, and we are going, again, this is an announcement. Here we don't have technology question. We have redrafted after getting feedback from stakeholder after first consultation. We will be sending again those, uploading those questions. You can give the suggestion. So we are working on it. Idea is how best you can do it, and how you can do it without compromising all the systems.
Regarding that, already government, so recently MeitY came out with a information to all the ministries that the government almost taken a decision to make PAN as a unique identifier for everything. So that is, work is already on. And on part of this particular integration, and that's a larger one, regarding what you specifically mentioned, Ministry of Corporate Affairs is in consultation with the Department of Revenue, particularly to have this harmonization. We formed a working group, we are working on it. Hopefully it should be done.
So that one master data would be helpful.
That's what exactly, this is what we are already considering.
Thank you, thank you.
So this is as per goal, and all of us are working. What Balamurugan Sahab is saying, that in the budget announcement itself. See, I can relate. I was there in the ministry when we started giving PAN, TAN, GST number. The government department in 60s also were in silos. Each one was saying, this is my act, this is my rules, no way we can work together. See how much journey we have covered. This is also possible. This may be with the technology, government has already taken a decision. So this is possible, but we have to see how we can do it. How we can do it. So unique identifier, whether it's a PAN, TAN, something, all transactions should be the map. This is the vision.
Good afternoon all, myself Jayashree here. I see many companies are still not following POSH policy, and they are not in compliance with POSH, though they are reporting on board's report. Yesterday I met a client who had 850 employees, but yet no POSH compliance, not even started. So while we do this INC 20A, why don't we have a trigger wherein, are you applicable to POSH? Yes, upload your policy. So that there is a verification and companies can comply with that.
So policy, having a policy and implementation is a different.
Yeah, I understand, but it triggers them कि हाँ करना ही है, क्योंकि वो अगर mandatory applicable है और applicable है, yes, your company is applicable, then please upload as CSR policy is uploaded, link is given. We can have a cross check here for POSH.
See, this pause, again, this is why I'm discussing all those things, so you can appreciate the challenges when we talk about disclosure in Companies Act. When for the first time it was introduced, 2017-18, that you have to mention internal complaints committee has been, there was a lot of debate in the ministry. That we are here for bottom line profit, this is not our job. Then the ministry took a view that as we are a stakeholder, So this is something the company should also, and right now, I think 6 months back, again there is a change. Now we talk about the policy, how you are compliant. There's a gradual process, what you have said, because we have to see there are two ways of doing. When we meet the business chamber, they are saying that you are putting one after another, you are increasing, you are compromising the freedom. So some balance is required. Nudging is a process. First we said internal complaints committee. Now we have said how it is, how the company is trying to address all the provisions of the POS Act. So what you are saying is relevant. We have to see how to do it, at what time to do it.
Yeah, so we want to ask this question.
Yes, yes. In this, many people have suggested merge INC 22, INC 23, 24 and keep INC 4 separate. So is there any particular reason why we need to keep INC 4 separate?
See, you have to come with the logic when we are talking about converging. When we are talking why you are saying they should be separate, there must be some logic so that we can get benefited. We can again go back and do the research.
When we know that when a company is formed, only 3 directors can get in through Spice Plus, and some companies legally need more, and there is already work on that. So also there are duplication and certain documentary issues. So this is what we are asking here actually, what are the biggest pain points in getting DIN for the first directors? Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is right now also I am addressing one issue which I was showing to my friend Pramod.
Can you speak?
Yeah.
Vibration.
Yeah. Currently also I am facing one biggest challenge which client has reverted badly, which I was showing it to my friend Pramod. Thing is, let us say a person who is applying for DIN as a part of incorporation, who is a foreign national, who is having one mobile number. One mobile number. No law requires a person to have a 2 mobile number. The same person is also a shareholder. So current system is built such a way that same mobile number we cannot use it as a director as well as shareholder. So we are insisting for 2 mobile numbers. Client is coming back saying that it is nonsense, it is unreasonable. How can you expect me to have a 2 mobile number? So this is the main issue here. And second one is OTP. Of course, definitely you would have received many feedbacks on that. We are trying to apply for a DIN for a person who was a French national who was in Bangalore yesterday. OTP is not going to him when that number is in Bangalore. I don't know, it is because of the French code it is not going, we don't know. Finally, it was such a pressure, we were forced to use some other person's mobile number who was in Bangalore, Indian number, to get the OTP, apply for DIN, got the DIN, because it was a pressure, he had to be appointed as a director when he was here. So now we have to struggle again to change the mobile number by filing KYC or whatever. There also OTP issue will come. We are no. So these two are the major issues as far as DIN is concerned.
Noted, sir. From policy perspective, there is no such prohibition. However, from your practice, we will revisit into that. Generally, it is allowed to have one mobile number for both.
See, yesterday we were in Chennai. What you have said that if you are carrying some number which is not issued by DIN, so we have to check this feedback that OTP was not going. Then they had the problem. This feedback, how the foreign directors can be brought in very easily without much hassle if they want to be appointed. So this OTP issue was there, but we have to check it.
So we have a similar issue with email IDs as well. So at the time of filing the incorporation application, if there are multiple body corporates who are part of the shareholders, we have to provide email IDs for the shareholders, then a new email ID for the authorized representatives as well. So, yeah, and for the company as well. So So this becomes a big problem because multiple email IDs just for including a contact, that there is no obligation in US or European countries to have different email IDs for company and for authorized representatives. So usually the owners of the company will have one email ID which will be used in their websites. So this becomes a new problem here. You can just try to see if we can reduce the requirement of providing additional or unique email IDs every single time a contact details are provided.
See, we have to see 3 email IDs. Sometimes legacy system has been built. There must be some logic. We have to see that logic, how that logic can be covered by the one email ID. So we have to see the best practices, because whenever you go to any government system, the system is there is some logic. We have to try our best, same logic, how it can be done in a different way. So please give us feedback.
So here, Vivek Hegde here. Sir, as far as this DIN is concerned, there is one challenge as far as Japanese, Chinese, and Korean directors are concerned. They can't speak English. If OTPs are not delivered to their mobile, calling MCA help desk and taking the OTP has become a bit issue. Sir, MC had already released one app. So if the person had created user ID by putting his mobile number and email ID, if app-based OTP is enabled for that particular individual, that will, at least for the time being, will help them to ease out the process. It will be its own individual thing. Rather, contacting the call center, it can be worked out with the app-based OTPs. Now, many of the bankers and other people have started giving that one. Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
So,
So one more input for getting specifically appointing any Chinese nationals, specifically who are sharing land border with India. So at that point of time, we are getting one approval letter where it is not being digitally signed. It is a computer generated one and which is not digitally signed. When we file DIR 12 with that particular document, again forms are coming for resubmission. It's going through the portal and everything is happening through MCA, which is not carrying any digital signatures. Recently we encountered that issue. So if that can be addressed, that would be helpful, sir. Yeah, because everything is happening through MCA portal only. That MHA portal also we are reaching out through MCA only. So if that way if can be interconnected, that would be helpful. Okay.
Sir, this point is also regarding the foreign directors only. OTP reset problem is not only in mobile, sir. Even in email, if the server is secured server, the emails are not going to that particular email ID. So for foreign directors, whether it is email OTP or mobile OTP, both sides are having a problem. But when we have to get a digital signature for filing DIR. So at that time, they do a video verification. So only for foreign directors, why don't we use just video verification as a basis? Instead of having another OTP, email number, everything. Because all those things happen even during the process of getting a DSC for the foreign directors.
Noted, ma'am. Noted.
So
yes,
that is something which you can think of. That's one.
Requesting all to respond to the questions quickly as we have limited time. We are moving forward with the questions one by one. So requesting your attention to the screens as well as we listen to the feedbacks, and the valuable feedbacks are always invited. Requesting participants to also address their feedbacks very briefly and crisp feedback is appreciated.
So this is regarding PAN verification of the applicant in DER3 or whatever form where we are doing. So when we are doing this PAN verification in India, you know, there is a lot of issue with the first name, middle name, surname and everything is there. So generally it throws an error saying the name of the applicant or the father's name or the date of birth is not matching. If they can specifically give what is not we can go into that and actually check. So we don't know what is actually, I encountered this problem where I was doing an LLP form for form 3 and 4 and I had 300 partners. It took me nearly 3 months to settle, and most of them, they have a PAN number for the sake of having a PAN card, and most of them, certain of them are actually illiterates also. So going to them, asking, sometimes we will not, they will not have IT returns also. So going and finding what is your first name, middle name and surname as per, what is printed on the PAN card will not be in the PAN database basically in certain cases. So in that case, if the error could be more specific, whether it is relating to the name of the applicant or the father's name or the date of birth, if it is more specific, it will save time for us to find where the issue is.
Noted, ma'am. And also the guidance book would actually cater all such questions. The guide flow, will help in navigating in the new portal. Help desk. Help desk.
We have more or less unfriendly description, so it should be made more friendly so that the person who doesn't have the knowledge, if he goes through it, he will know how to do it. So that is also a solution for many other issues where there is a confusion. This is for V4. V4 we are planning. So we are planning something like that before you start. You can check, pre-check scrutiny for your name registration, for registration also. So validation will be inbuilt in the AI so that you are not, yesterday there was suggestion that when I completed all the processes, then I came to know similar name is existing. So right now also some facility is there. It can be done in a way that you can use it, and before you start, you will know that whether trademark is name is available, all your data I will try to feed, and it will help you what to do it.
Right. So this next question is about, we are talking about clubbing these declaration at the time of incorporation. There are many declarations like from subscriber, directors and professionals all signed separately. So this question is asking if these can be combined into one digital acceptance to reduce the repetition, or should we keep it separate? As we know, like INC 9 is about declaration by promoters, Director 2 is about consent to act as director. So if somebody is saying keep all the declarations separate, can you please share specifically that why you're saying to keep it separate? What is the legal risk there? Okay, no comments. So if you are choosing something different, I mean, it would be right to have a opinion why this selection has been made, but nonetheless, let's move to the next. So this is about what sir was talking, JS sir, also that about GST registration. So which Agile Pro S integration delivers the most value? Yeah. So Agile Pro, as we know, allows companies to get multiple registrations from GST or your EPFO or your bank account, etc. So we are asking that not all integration works smoothly. So which of these actually add real value in practice? Yeah, you can keep speaking by just mentioning your name, and side by side everybody else please keep voting here.
Actually, company got incorporated, but we could not get the COI because the PAN number did not get generated. And it took 15 days, and we did not know whom to contact. I mean, you raise the ticket, you do everything, but even MCA can't do anything because it happens over there. Is there somewhere in the back end that the ministries can talk to each other to get things done faster?
Great, yeah, interoperability. You're saying regulatory bodies.
Between the regulatories.
True.
Because they will listen to the government, right? True.
Anyone else wants to add somewhere? I mean, it would be good if all of you speak.
Hello,
so those who have not spoken earlier.
This is Gigi Joseph. So I have a question. What percentage of incorporation having GST registration happening? Do you have any statistical idea about that? Because I don't think so. Because it become an extended version of incorporation process, making it complicated. No, if the option is also there, we need to go through all the route. Then only process will complete. See, any relevancy is there for continuing with all these things there in the incorporation flow. Here in Karnataka, we had previously.
Option has been given, GST knowing fully well that all are not covered under GST.
My question is not that, sir.
Just let him speak, then you can respond. Yeah.
Actually, just take 30 seconds. Right now, GSTN is an optional one, whether you can choose or not to choose to obtain that service through Spice Plus Part B. Three things are mandatory right now. Whether you are going to have an account already or you are not going to be covered for ECSI or EPFO, where we are going to make it optional. Already, as I said, incorporation rule amendment, which is already a draft amendment in incorporation rules, is covering that. We are removing that mandatory these two things, EPFO and ECSI and bank account. Because what we found, some of the companies are not mandated to have those because as per the Act, they are being forced to take, and then again surrender is also a problem. That is taken care of.
No, my question is not that, sir. See, this is a flow. We are reaching to agile process. Somebody don't want all these things. He should be in a position to cut off before itself. He can skip and go ahead and
that's what
complete the
exactly I'm saying. Yeah. So this option is going to be available. If you don't want to opt this, you can do that.
See, what you are saying is the data, the way data right now, the forms are there. So it's a form designing. You are saying if you don't want, you can directly. That's a small thing. What Bala Murugan is saying, Bala Murugan ji is saying that as of now, this is again learning from the stakeholder that has been incorporated in the draft incorporation rule. We interacted with so many small companies. They were saying we are not covered under EPFO and ESI. If you give me number, then the zero filing again is a cost. So now it is being made optional. So this way we are learning. We are learning. It was done with the good intention that you don't have to go to several agencies, and Government of India is one, you interact with a single vendor. So what you are saying is a simple way how it can be done without going through the process.
Sir, and bank account like GST also it can be made optional because the banks which are there is not.
Yeah. Already covered under the new draft rule for incorporation. Please go through it.
Sir, my name is Shrikar. So there is a concern on the data breach as well, sir. So we are selecting one bank and so the other banks are started sending mails and they are approaching the directors for account opening as well as not just account opening. So few people are getting calls and mails, directors especially.
This we received from Hyderabad, Chennai and today also.
Say this feedback has
so
come
software laptops we are distributing, we want to give the things.
Noted, sir, noted. Data leak is what sir is highlighting. That
this is a feedback. It has come from all the two places you are confirming. So we'll look at how it is happening. It should not happen. No, we are not circulating. This is a question. We have to see how it is happening. Yeah.
Sir.
noted.
Okay, thank you.
Hi sir, my name is Akshay Madhwani and I'm coming from CMS Indus Law. So my question was mainly regarding the registrations that we're doing in the Agile Pro. Say for example, like recently we did an incorporation wherein professional tax was actually selected. We got the registration and everything done on the dashboard. They gave us the number, but when we reached out to the professional tax authorities, they said we have not received such registrations. Do the process on our portal again. And we had to redo the whole process again and get the registration number for the company. Maharashtra. This was for Maharashtra. And Maharashtra, when we reached out to the offices,
So this is an exceptional kind of a feedback because
sir, this is actually for the last 3 incorporations we did for Maharashtra. All 3 of them has faced the
so
same issue.
give us the feedback. There is a need to reinvestigate because both the portals are working.
I can share that number with you, sir.
So regarding attachment of form,
If amount is mentioned there, you can mention and pay it off and get the PAN card. Because nowadays no PAN card comes. Only number comes. Now e-PAN, that's what e-PAN. But when you file any documents with other agencies, they want physical.
sir, regarding attachment of form, sometimes there will be constraints in size of the documents. So if you give any addendum to be addendum form to be filed for incorporation, or especially for shifting a fish office state to state, also we are facing a lot of issues. Size. Sir, this is regarding attachment of forms. There is a size constraints and limit also, a limit because of which we are not able to attach clear copies. And while certification also, we need to mention that we are certifying that documents attachments are legible. So if you can look into that increase in size limit for the form, it will be helpful, sir.
Next. Next.
Because you are every day working with the system and when you find problem you are sharing. So most welcome, please share.
Yes, we are asking how can annual filings be further streamlined, and I think here people can speak a lot within the existing framework because V3 and all has already introduced an integration with AOC4 and CSR reporting and also changing the filings or KYC details and all. So the question is how this can be further enhanced to improve filing experience and efficiency.
So we are also asking if there is an opportunity to merge the annual filings, especially AOC4 and MGT7. If there is a possibility, then what are the risks that may arise if such a merger or such an annual filing is proposed?
And whether a statutory change would be required for that merger. So considering that, how feasible it is. We also have to do some sort of a viability assessment on all these suggestions.
Yeah. Good afternoon, madam. This is Tirupal, practicing company secretary.
Yes.
Not only MGT7, AOC4, you can merge MSME1, DPT3, anything related to the annual. Why can't we make a single return? Let it be, because you have overflowing the data between MGT7 and AOC4. You are asking certain financial data which is already there in the AOC4 and certain, like data, direct details already there in the MGT7. Look at the AOC4. Now you got entire board report having the minutes, having the date when they attended, attendance sheet. No, can't it be duplicate, wasting of time, effort and all. So I suggest you, can you bring, an integrated system? Maybe you make it 60 days time from the date of AGM instead of having the 30 days time for one form, other form for 60 days. Another one, you can think of it, collecting the multiple, filing fees. Instead of having one filing fee like 600, 700, you can collect it maybe 2,500 per annual filings. I'm suggesting MGT7, AOC4, MSME form, DPT3, wherever any other that the data of MCA is to collect annually.
Also, sir, I just wanted to also inquire on one aspect from
Yes,
all
ma'am.
the participants. There was also suggestion that income tax filings are also being done on a similar line as AOC filings, and also there was a comment on Schedule 3 filings.
Yeah.
Are we seeing any overlapping between these three types of filings, and if there is a chance of reducing the filing frequency,
No,
filing
each incident, of course,
liability
income
or
tax
a
filing that should be filed within 30 days from the
See, what you
due
are
date. and all.
suggesting,
Sir.
one good thing you have suggested that we have different dates for some of the files.
Yes, sir.
You are saying for the sake of convenience, there should be one date, merger,
Yeah.
there is second.
Yeah.
Third one is, the view is coming, Balamurugan Sahib has already mentioned in the budget, there was a announcement by Honorable and MCA, they will work together so that the financial, how we can have some kind of a common understanding. So convergence has started working. Let the committee work on it. So,
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You have said that is very important that there should be one deadline. We have to see how it can be, so that you don't have to remember for different forms, different deadline.
Also, if we can be little more specific, sir, that AOC 4 legal purpose is primarily filing financial statements and shareholder disclosure, statutory reporting, whereas DPT 3 is for monitoring deposits and exempted borrowings. So regulatory objectives also differ here. So maybe if you can little bit think through and also can give us later a detailed inputs. I'm just giving you again a probing statement so that you come up with this thing clearly, that whether we should do it. DPT3 requires classification, some additional information than financial information. So from that perspective, if you can give us in writing also would add great value.
I'm agreeing with the madam. Actually, sir, my suggestion is AOC4 and MGT7. This is annual filing. This should be merged only in case of small companies. Big companies, it should be separate, because big company enough, we have to certify certain things. And in this MGT8, so many things are there. So for that reason, it should not be merged.
Sir,
All the big companies should be separately as on date what is going on. That is perfectly fine. Small company, it has to be merger, AOC4 and MGT7. And the days should be 60 days. Because practically, sir, all the filing is coming on October, month of October. All this auditing, even though 6 month time, it has provided from 1st April, but all the, till today, as per my practical experience, all the forms are coming on October. Every time it is filing delay, even though it is 100 rupees, it is harassed to the entrepreneur. So my suggestion is not to merge all the form. Otherwise, 25 pages, always saving all the things, it will be critical for any professional also. And second thing, in the new amendment, there is no need of professional certification. Sometimes if one entrepreneur start to filing, he may be wrong in one page, it will be again going for this duplicate filing in the second thing.
Yes.
So for that reason, what the madam told, that is perfectly fast. We have to see what is the object and principle.
Yes.
Second thing is filing. So our object will not fulfill. If you are going for easy, then our object will be unfulfilled. So that will be a big problem for the futures. Right. That cannot be rectified.
Thank you, sir.
So for that reason, my final suggestion, whatever the MSC, MSME, DPT, whatever the subsidiary form, that can be merged. Date may be different, June 30th, whether audited, not audited, that is not a big issue. But AOC for MGT7 for small companies should be merged immediately, and that should be 60 days.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe filing 1,000 rupees or 500, that is,
Thank you,
will
sir.
be considered.
Noted.
Thank you
noted.
so much.
Noted.
Let's move to...
Madam, for this year's filing, can we have API? For annual filing, can we have an API which can be rolled out to everyone, so it becomes a lot more easier? Because the system cannot take the load. I mean, 1 lakh company secretaries log in, they start typing, system cannot take the load. Why don't we look at least for this year's annual filing, can we just give an API out? Makes life simple for every one of us. Yeah. I mean, MCA is one which doesn't have APIs for anything. I would like even for adjudication orders, RDs orders, give us an API. So before V4 this year, can we have? Is my request.
We are considering this. I don't know how quickly it will happen.
Okay.
But
And
that
my
is the
other suggestion is, can we also have graded filing? Example, listed companies finish it off by July. why don't we look at that so at least the system load is less? Or can we look at something innovative is all I'm saying. Because the systems definitely is not able to take it. So let's be very honest. Every one of us knows it. So why don't we look at something innovative which is also
Noted, sir.
easier? Thank you.
Distributed filing. So that
Crossing my limit, but I'm sorry to say this. Why should we go only with L1? Why don't we look at the guy who can actually deliver the software? Because this is national interest, right? It is having an interest on the nation. This is having an interest on the nation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Next.
L1 is not the only
Question for AOC.
Please, please. Carry on.
Sir, please.
Sir, this is what important. Of course, you have a GFR and then everyone has to follow, but it's not exactly right also because before L1 there's a technical evaluation and then they are also, because it's almost 80-20. It's not that, the financials are deciding everything. Before that, it's either 70-30 or 80-20. So technical scoring is given much more prominence in the selection. So you also know about it. So just wanted to mention.
Madam, you wanted to speak, please.
So in the MOC4, currently after the V3 conversion, so in the V3 now we are ending up in filling 4 different forms in MOC4, the director's report and separate audit report. So what we say is just a copy paste of the what earlier PDF attachment we are making. So what my suggestion is, if you really, there might be some reason for you to get the information separately, but my suggestion is if really you require for some bigger companies or some listed companies this information separately, maybe the drop down selection part can be given in the form, so only to those companies we will copy paste. Otherwise all other small companies or other different companies, this can be an attachment based.
Moving forward to the charge questions, the point here we are asking is charge filings to be streamlined into charge unified and charge rectification. As we know, banks and FIs, they rely heavily on the MCA charge record. So can oversimplification reduce any legal certainty for creditors? And those who have actually chosen, the retaining current charge filing structure, if you can also share your views on that.
My name is Srinivas Murthy. My particular suggestion is with regard to multiple banking filings. See, earlier we had what is called as consortium lending. One documentation was there, one form was required to be filed. But from 97 or 98, this multiple banking arrangement has come into force. And what happens between the banks, there is very less interaction, less cooperation. That is the first thing we have observed. Then secondly, each bank will have to file separately whenever there is amendment in the sanctions. Loan agreements are changed. Because though the form says whether it is joint lending and Excel form also says what is the percentage of the amount which is there, etc. But that doesn't help the company because each bank will have to file separately. Without that, it is not possible to get their charge registered. Now, my suggestion is that one single form for all the banks put together should be there, and drop-down menu for signatures can be there because there can be cases where there will be 3 banks or 5 banks, etc. Depending upon number of banks, the drop-down for affixing the signatures can be there, and multiple filing by each banks can be avoided.
But then again, we have a modern, in today's financial arrangement that we have consortium lending or this kind of multiple asset classes. So how would we, capture these complexities when we merge?
Absolutely, it is very, very tough. In fact, a couple of banks with whom I've interacted, they say, why should we file?
So this is a problem. This is a problem. Sometimes we need to engage with the banks also. You have rightly said earlier they used to work together through consortium. Now they are outside. So it's a compliance burden. This requires talking to them, trying to find a solution. Can you give us a good writer?
Absolutely.
Please give us a good writer.
I have extensive experience in this area.
We'll be happy to
that's why I'm asking a concept. On which we can discuss with Association of Banking is there. So we can discuss with them such points because it has to be discussed and debated. Directly you can't decide because it's something related to the banking operation.
Sir, my suggestion is, as on date, all the entrepreneurs are aware about the new system because it is a finance. When somebody is giving any type of loan, it is a minimum seriousness should be required that it has to be registered, charge to be created. In this case, equally, company as well as bank, both are responsible. We have two bottom. One is company, one is the bankers. In this case, what I am telling is, sometimes bankers are silent, entrepreneurs are not aware about that. We have to create the charge. By that time, 60 days, for example, 60 days or 90 days may be rolled out. For that reason, my suggestion is, in case of small companies, it should be both bank and the company should be responsible for both filing, and they have to file. Sometimes some system should be developed.
So compliance dashboard, that's why the maximum benefit will go to the small companies. That will give you the prompt. Now 60 days is going to be covered. Please talk to your bank, file the charge report. What you are saying is that's a possibility.
Why the bank people are not aware about, because recently, I'm not putting the bank there, only to sign the document they have written 3 times. By expiry of the date, they are changing the satisfaction letter, again they are going, but this is happening.
Okay, so your suggestion, give us in writing, we will sort out all such issues which we have to take up with Indian Banking Association. It's a constant dialogue within the government agencies. So certainly we can take up the matter with Ministry of Finance, Indian Banking
There is
Association.
no need of simplification of this form is perfectly fine as per my understanding.
Okay. Any other person who wants to talk?
So on the chart, next slide has come. On chart, the only one form which is not under STP is CHG 9. So which is a major pain point. I'm not sure whether in the amendment bill it has changed. I'm not very sure. But currently, for a small office like mine, I have some 5-6 forms CHG 9 pending, going back and forth from 6 to 1 year. Queries, it is a standard list of queries which comes from ROC's office. We will respond. Again, there will be discrepancy and there will be delay also. I'm not sure what is the reason why that is not made STP. That is one pain point as far as charge is concerned. And as far as creation of charge is concerned, delay, we don't have any option after 120 days. So that is also open-ended issue which we are always facing if there is a lapse in filing. These two issues I have.
So there is a request from our side. You are saying this form is not STP. If you do it STP, what will be the legal consequences? Please give us. That's a separate, your particular case that has to be seen differently, why it is coming back. Rao Saab, बताएं. Rao Saab.
CHG9 is a pain point because it is not a small amount. You will find 500 crore, 5,000
That's why I'm saying
crore.
the legal perspective also.
Second thing is the nature of attachments. 10 MB is not sufficient because the debenture trust deed itself run around 500 to 700 pages. Similarly, valuation report as well as asset statements, that also run around 100 pages, 75 pages. So at least main points which are there, normally it gets approved, not that it is not getting approved. But time, it takes little bit of time it takes, and more so the problematic is because the amount involved is very huge. I think maybe like earlier, first in first out what the system used to be, I think that kind of system, especially for CHGN. If other forms, whether it is GNL1 or other forms, if it takes a little bit more time, I don't think so anybody would be more concerned or bothered. For example, if it is an IPO, everything is STP now. You file it immediately, you will get a certificate. But this is more where amount, the entrepreneur will be stuck to take the project further because you have to file first creation. It takes time for approval. Then again, subsequently, immediately, if there is a modification. More so when there are many other companies involved in a group where one company provides security to the others. It's a huge challenge.
So
because unless the first get approved, you cannot file. And ad valorem, the ball starts. Yeah.
So what you are suggesting for Form 9, first in, first out?
Yes.
And then 10 MB should be increased
It
because
should be-
voluminous document.
It should be either A, increased, or either a standard instructions to all the ROC's office that in case relevant pages are attached, which is required, maybe though physical, we are ready to give one physical, but since physical is not allowed now, at least relevant pages should be considered, because it is very difficult to attach 500, 700 and whole day just goes for scan.
Probably additional forms can be introduced along with the main form so that they can specify where it should be attached.
Absolutely.
And that way you can reduce the size for each form. It can be, for trustee it can be a separate additional form for the, security, everything. That can be done. That will save. So that entire details will be available.
Major thing is fast approval.
The next question is on TAS. Yes, related Friday.
Regarding this creditors and borrowers, we have Mr. Chaudhary here from NESL. They are actually under what do you call it? Information utilities. They are the repositories of the creditors and the borrowers. They authenticate all these loans. So I think that data or some integration should be happening where MCA can use those data. It is only meant for your IBC proceedings or insolvency proceedings, but there are repositories of very strong data which I think which should be considered.
So what we have decided today, we have called Mr. Chaudhary with a purpose and have requested two members if they have time. Madam Basanti and Professor Ramon, so we are going from here to see. These are all wish list, how we can, because if one law can have a digital record of the debt and default, why it can't be replicated in another, so that there is a specialized agency and you are API through API you are linked. So it becomes independent, you don't have to upload. These are good suggestions, we can explore it.
Thank you.
Sir, in the CAG filing, the major problem that we face is, especially CAG 9, is that they need. So the bigger problem is in case of any charge filings as well, like the request comes up for a valuation report, then a statutory auditor certificate confirming the valuation and everything. Ideally, these are the responsibilities which either at the lender end should be managed or just one certificate should have sufficed. But then, like previously we have faced issues where till 8 months the approvals were not coming in, and we have seen multiple resubmission requests coming in only for these specific requirements. Now, say for example, if there is an arrangement with an NBFC where the debentures were actually issued to raise a loan which were to be funding for the onward lending. Now in that case, the onward lending book was something that was actually on which the charge was created. As on date, I cannot provide a valuation for such assets, right? And such arrangements are already available, so in that case a certificate should have sufficed.
See, there are two things. While we are talking about ease of doing business, rationalizing, at the same time we have to be mindful of the fact that we have here so many companies here. Mr. Chaudhary is there, it has gone into insolvency, evergreen to imbalance sheet problem, even the charge is not registered properly. And the valuation, see, if you go to IBC, because IBC is a special kind of a treatment of companies under distress. So your valuation, without valuation, you are getting, right now we are getting companies where there is no assets and bank has given. So these are the documents that if they are not taking it seriously, the valuation, because charge has to be on some basis. So we can consider your views, but we have to further balance it with the corporate governance norms.
No, I completely agree. But then the requirement of a separate statutory auditor certificate along with a valuation report, it just increases the documentation.
So what you are saying, either it should be valuation or
a statutory
now
auditor
it's a clear. Now we can examine whether both are adding value or this is just a compliance burden.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
this particular aspect is also under a lot of discussion in the ministry. Particularly, we had instances where many registrar of companies faced action, particularly on debentures related charge creation, and then many, when some fraud took place, investigation agencies invariably, you know, made ROCs responsible because they didn't apply their mind, they didn't see the charge creation properly, allowed charge creation where, as particularly on valuation also. All those things are there. It's little complicated. It involves public interest also. But point is well taken, and we need to find a way so that nothing is compromised, but the company also not in problem to get approval. It takes a lot of time, some time. I know that. We are aware about this problem. We are finding solution.
Yeah, maybe if I could just comment, sir, on that point, on exactly this point. You know, in the context of the OECD and the UN have something called dealing with hard to value intangibles, and there's something around a reality check between projections and actuals, and whether they are within a 20% margin. And to that extent, maybe there's a guidance that we can take to the extent of saying that valuation reports, provided they are in sync with audited financials, particularly because valuation looks at forward and the historical is always like this. So it's just something to think about.
Thank you.
So since we have talked about OECD framework, how they do it, we expect some kind of a write-up. We will do further research on it, how we can help taking into consideration OECD best practices.
Let's move to PAS related filings, whether that can be streamlined. Particularly, what are the challenges of streamlining PAS filings, where there is a risk of misuse in fundraising, or because PAS filings are highly sensitive, private placements are there, preferential allotments are there. So can, oversimplification increase the activity of shell companies, or there could be chance of money laundering or Benami investment? So from that perspective, those who are majorly suggesting to streamline PAS can share their thoughts.
Madam, I have in favor of retain the current framework of PAS process, but how can we rationalize with respect to valuation has to be done within 90 days, every 90 days? This is practically highly impossible, or kind of an irrational process which MC has started adopting in the recent past. So when the valuation is older than 90 days, they have started asking you have to provide the recent updated one. Okay, as far as RBI provisions are concerned, they have brought down the framework for 90 days requirement for when there is an FDI. In case of startups, there are chances that within 90 days also there are chances of changing the valuation. But in a standard companies, it's not good rationale to follow 90 days as a practice, as well as it is a pain point for startups, very early stage startups, getting a valuation report of 30,000, 40,000 or 50,000 from a registered valuer. For every 90 days for a small friends and family rounding and other modes, it is very difficult. I am not allowed to take any deposits. I am not allowed to take from friends and family money. And I have to rely everything on the valuation report. That is a pain point for ease of doing business.
Noted, sir.
Noted. Very good suggestion. Noted.
So moving forward now, how can director management filings be streamlined for greater efficiency? So, we are already started working on director suite and auditor suite, so interface-based filings. So what we are asking here is that how can director management filings be streamlined for whether DIR3 KYC? I mean, we know this is DIR3 KYC is a completely STP-based form. So if you can give your suggestions to what all can be streamlined into a one interface, and what are the challenges basically?
Sir, as per the Act, it restricts a person to be appointed as managing director in more than 2 companies. So, but if even if you give the DIN now and select for the 3rd company, it is allowing. So, it is all a minor thing which can be done. It can restrict us from not filing a form for a person who is applying for the 3rd company. In MCA, it is having the detail now. He's there as a director.
Yesterday we had the other feedback where they said that he has resigned, but still his data is there and he's not able to file other. So that's exactly.
These are the question. We have to make the system intelligent. Validation. Each field should have a validation. They should be able to check up with the director's database. So we got this feedback. Thank you.
Sir, this just 3 years once KYC updation. Now this year we have a clarity that when it is going to be. But the next year onwards, if you get a new DIN numbers, each one will have a different 3 years. And then the proposed bill you are going to make, if the DIN is deactivated due to any reason, is going to vacate office in all the companies. How you are going to give, intimation, like a dashboard? Now you're talking about the, company dashboard. Are you going to give any dashboard to even to the directors so that they will be doing their KYC well within the time frame, sir? Yes.
I think the compliance dashboard should be for all stakeholders. If you are part of coming to Companies Act, if you are a director also, you have a right to know when you are supposed to get your then again revalidated. So it should be possible for give, and this is important. You know that reverse trend is happening throughout the Europe due to beneficiary and it is linked with economic crime. So they are now very strict about identification of directors. So here we have taken a call because we thought that every year is a problem. If you are a continuing director, KYC, 3 years is okay. But your question is how we can give you intimation when it is due. That is a possible, not only company, when the directors can be part of this compliance dashboard.
Yeah, similar to DSC expiry.
Great suggestion. This is very easy. This is very easy that in master data itself we can have the validity. Okay. Yeah. So many of us, I will share my experience. Many of us, we don't remember when is the due date. I have also paid 5,000 penalty. I have not done KYC. See, if there was some kind of SMS, I could have done it also. So this is easy.
We are easily came to know. Like that, it is a very simple thing. In the master data, if it is updated, everybody can be when they get to know without any problem.
Good suggestion. Thank you.
Sir, 1 minute. Sir.
Before, sir, you add something. So basically, what is being intended with all the forms is that if there is a director-related filing, there will be an interface of director-related filings. Maybe it is that you want to update your information, you want to change your number, or there is a requirement for validating your credentials. Everything will be for you as a different dashboard for that type of filing. And same as their amendment is already there on eChange and eCon, similar fashion, different interfaces are being formed for different purposes. So maybe a charge filing, you can say, will be having its own interface. Deposit filing will have its own interface. And similarly, director filings will also have its own interface. Thank you.
If a company doesn't file its annual returns and financial statements for 3 years, the office of the director will be vacated. See, what happened is in one circumstances, office of the director was already vacated, but even then company got incorporated saying that his directorship is valid. Now in the audit report we have to mention that none of the director is disqualified. So it will be a challenge to convince the company and the director saying that to remove the director and add one more director. So I am proposing one thing. If the office of the director is vacated already, then the company should not be incorporated. Or it should show that...
Got your point. We got this feedback. Got your point.
So one small suggestion with respect to that director KYC is concerned. In the proposed amendment, it has been proposed as directors will disqualify and vacate from office. So if anybody forget about doing the KYC, as you rightly stated, in that instance, that will be very harsh just because not doing the KYC, that will disqualify him to hold the office of directorship. And honestly, any of the big corporates, this is the responsibility of their subordinates or juniors or somebody who is taking care of DIN or practicing professionals or in-house company secretaries or other teammates. Definitely director don't remember when it is his DIN is due for renewal or KYC required to be done. At the same time, foreign directors. Honestly, since last 2-3 years, I'm struggling to connect with foreign directors to get OTPs to perform their KYC. To get their appointment, get on
Noted, sir.
Teams.
We have noted that point.
We
Yes.
have noted what
Yes.
you are saying. We can put it under priority that somehow the director, they should be intimated within the V3 also when it is due, well in advance, well in advance.
Sir, advance is fine. Even if you advance 6 months, 3 months, a day before the event also.
OTP is an issue. We
No,
have noted.
OTP is an issue and disqualification because of that is very harsh. That's what I'm saying.
Noted, sir. Noted.
So moving forward to the STK forms, my intent is to ask whether we can consolidate into one event-based exit form. And this question is particularly focusing on the challenges of STP, where there is a no liability claim. One has to get that there is no pending liability, no tax pending, no litigation. And second is about interdepartmental coordination, because MCA also requires validation from income tax, from GST, from EPFO, even NCLT, banks. So keeping that, challenges, whether we should merge. So everything when you are suggesting to merge something, just understand what are the challenges of that. That will highlight the regulatory objective of that. So most of you have said yes, so I would like those people to speak here, and particularly addressing the two specific risks that I mentioned. No liability claims and the dependency on the other regulatory bodies.
This aspect, one suggestion, ma'am, you can split actually into two.
Okay.
There are cases, very small companies or startups, like who want to really wind up, where they don't require multiple issues like no liability. They have very little business. So you can split the form for two different enterprises. Small companies separately, small companies and startups separately. Who want to wind up, they can do it first by integration. And other companies have to follow. Something like that may work.
To add on to what she said, it is about Section 8 company. You have to convert it into any of the other companies. I really don't get into the deep rationale of this, but yeah, I understand assets cannot be transferred to the members. But anyways, that thing is being taken care, investigated properly before closure. So when assets are pretty less, we can, because small company is not applicable on Section 8, so we can segregate Section 8 company which has less assets, say 100 crores in each hai. So why don't we segregate like this and give ease of closing the Section 8 company? Because one of my client, he's running a Montessori school, very few assets, and he has to convert it into a private company and go to RD. So let's make it easy if possible.
So what you are suggesting, threshold based, right now we don't have in this STK business a classification of small companies. Same logic can be extended to Section 8 company. Okay, these are again right now we have to think about the new vision. I have shared with you outside India, everything is real-time updation, STP, no manual, no gatekeeping. You are self-certifying, and there are some kind of a triggers on which the triggers can be, because they have mostly with unique identification number, all kinds of transactions are linked. On the basis of that, if someone is violating, you punish the person heavily. So that kind of a deterrence is there. So that's a vision, let's see. Okay. Rao sahab, bataye.
STK we can make threshold. There are many companies who starts with fun and fervor, but after 3 months they decide that it is better to close it for one or the other reason. There are many, even including foreign companies, where you will find money does not come into at that particular point of time. Our suggestion would be maybe threshold or not commence the business at all At that particular moment, it would be easier for striking off because at that time, there are no assets at all.
See, what you are saying yesterday also, we got this comment you are validating. They are saying that within the company incorporation, we should have also another some kind of a factor or another layering where if companies has not started commencing the business, because when you start the business, there are a number of assumptions. So if it has not been commenced, then it should be the simple path of exit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Okay.
So one of the challenge that we are facing in the capital alteration and other part is the pre-filled data. Every time the form comes up with a pre-filled data, which is not, we are not able to edit. Now, companies which are in dire needs of funds may be advised wrong, or at times, in fact, in one of the instances, the complaint was raised and the CRC help desk said that you file it with what is pre-filled, it won't get into effect because it's a technical error. They did that. Their master data came up with an increased capital because there was one additional entry of the authorized capital, right? And that also had paid up capital wrongly mentioned. It got updated on the master data. It's been 2 years now. The company is struggling now to get that changed because there was an error
So
which...
that's why I said in the beginning, we have to start with the principle. This is my data. You are helping as a IT system to pre-fill. I should have, as a company, I should have a liberty to edit it. I am taking responsibility. So you have to change. Everything will start coming if we start questioning whose data. Pre-fill is IT system is helping me on basis of my filing. So if the IT is making some mistake, I should be allowed to edit it, because you are putting your signature. Are you getting my point? You are taking
but
responsibility.
they're not allowing us to edit either.
So this is happening. See, that's why we are meeting all of you, not to understand
No, but then the problem is in the case which I am talking about. Since last 2 years, the company is unable to do anything. Neither
this is Bangalore based.
No, this is not a Bangalore based company, but we've reached out to ROC. We have done CRF.
Which ROC?
ROC Delhi.
Okay. So you can give separately. This is a individual case. You can write it. We'll try
We've
to
already
follow.
written multiple times. Since last 2 years, we have done approximately 2 CRF filing, like approximately 40 complaints. We've reached
Nothing is
out to
happening.
RD, ROC, everyone.
Nothing is happening. Now we have to see why this is such a problem.
And
Sir,
this is not just Delhi,
sir,
it's also
as
for
you were,
Ahmedabad.
sir was actually initially suggesting, and that's what we are working also, to have a real-time tracking mechanism like passport we have now, that you have raised a ticket, it is pending, where, so you get a complete status that in 2 years where
See,
it got stuck.
Yeah. So what we are suggesting, yesterday we decided in compliance dashboard, someone can design not only compliance, your grievances also. There should be aging of grievances. So automatically it should be someone very top in the hierarchy can see why this problem has not been sorted out. So that this dashboard should have everything. You will know, I will also know as a regulator, and on the basis of pending aging of the grievances, 3 months, 6 months, different level, if it's 2 years. So unless here we are talking about the principle, individual thing, neither I know the facts of the case, I can't solve it, I can't give you anything. But we can take lessons, what you are suggesting and what you are stating about your problem. Study also we discussed that we should have grievance also, and we have to empower the stakeholder. As a stakeholder, you have every right to know what has happened to your grievances, why it is pending with reasons and the aging also, and automatically it should go up and up. That much we can talk here.
So, but also one more feedback was that when we are sending out these complaints, at times it happens that the complaints are closed without any address. Like
So now Bala Murugan has left it. He should be listening to you. He had another meeting, so he has left it.
Even the bigger problem comes up is, in fact, so many times we have been indirectly suggested to go with some situations where, technically that is not needed. Or a solution is given which is like, you go
So
for
ROC
adjudication.
Saab, please note down, please after him. note down, because we are sitting here. If something is happening, you can give your complete case. He will forward it to us.
That is not for ROC Bangalore, sir.
No, no, no. He said, see, it's a question is, Government of India is one. We are sitting here. So he is a person who is representing Ministry of Corporate Affairs.
Yeah, because for such prefill errors also, one of the officer in the, so this is for ROC Ahmedabad case. There are two different, one is in Delhi, one is in Ahmedabad. The ROC Ahmedabad office, one of the officers suggested you go for adjudication because it's a prefill error. I mean, even when the suggestions are given, that
See,
also...
see, the same kind of feedback we got in Chennai also, that pre-fill, you can't do it. Now after that, you are in difficulty. People are saying, go to the court. We are saying, reduce burden on the court. We can't suggest you go to the court. So we have to see, give your complete case details, and we'll forward it to ministry. We'll see. We'll try to escalate it to the highest level to see how it can be sorted out. But the principle, we are talking about the principle. Say individual problem we are not having. I appreciate the pain points, because through that you are trying to appreciate our MCA 21. But here we are more focused on the basis of your pain points, how we can design a new architecture.
Correct.
So new architecture, the learning is there should be something on the dashboard. We have to make the citizen, stakeholder empowered to know what has happened to his complaint, how long it is taking, why it is taking, all those things you should be able to know. Thank you.
Madam, I want to know this auto fast track exit scheme means, what is the definition of that one? The last before slide.
So, by the name of it, sir, auto fast track means if the company is seen as non-active, it has been inactive for a while, and there is no activity, no filings, no such action by the company. So we can consider it as an auto fast track dissolution or strike off.
From
Yes.
the MCA point of view, automatically.
Yes.
No, from the entrepreneur point of view, they want to come out. At that time, what my thought is, people when they incorporate the company, they should be a little bit serious, because it is a company. They are called as the director. Suddenly, they should not be come out without any documentation. So for that reason, what is the current system is going on? I thought my suggestion is the correct, because we are giving one indemnity, we are giving an affidavit. Some people approaching that without giving also here and there signature, they are also applying for this exit scheme. For that reason, one approval authority
So
should
we
visit.
meant about inactive or, some companies that can be resolved or struck off through a technology-driven process. That's what we meant.
So what you are suggesting is, I got your point. What you are suggesting is, if we are not going through the process of striking up or winding up, people will take it less seriously, and more this kind.
Little bit in the other way, they can take the advantage by forbidding the company, and they are thinking that, okay, to close the company also very easy, so that they may not be so serious. For
So
that
other
reason-
option is the policy input is small company, inactive company, we can decide 2 to 3 years, and there should be simple way of striking off.
Yeah,
that is a better way of doing it.
That's
If
true, sir. Thank you,
whatever
sir.
you are saying, if I have understood it correctly, this is a better way of doing, rather than allowing the system to automatically strike off the company due to inactivity and small size.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
This question is about now, ranking the risk in terms of their potential impact on regulatory effectiveness. As we simplify, as we combine forms, systems, there are certain risks that may arise. So can you rank based on how much it could affect the regulatory effectiveness? Means how well the system works, ensure compliances, and protect stakeholders.
Although they are credible risk in themselves, by themselves, they are very credible. That is why they've been asked just to rank which is to be most taken care of in the importance of each of them. The text is small, so requesting everyone to please scan if they are not able to see. How should pre-fill data and professional certification work together when when the system pre-fills wrong data and a professional certifies it, who bears liability?
MGT 7.
8.
Correct. So MGT 7 form did not have the MGT 8 documentation was not MGT 8 per se. MGT 7 did not have the characteristics of MGT 8 and it said everything is compliant.
Yeah, this has been also
Right.
raised.
So by virtue of attachment.
Yes, yes.
So you mentioned over there a particular point in case of any observation, remark, adverse remark, whatever comments, so that on that tag we can mention that. Just separate tab.
So even if the system pre-fills, you can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Again, we have few more open-ended questions. What evidentiary value should consolidation always preserve? So we are actually asking here again in.
Getting exhausted, now we are going to find
So what are the essential elements of this legal proof, that must always be preserved, even after consolidation?
Personalization, we should not lose sight of the risk and corporate governance. That's why we are indirectly, this is a big exercise, and this exercise, there will be a number of questions. What we are doing, we are trying to get the right input, right feedback before we proceed in that direction.
So, regardless of the fact that the filings are important from a regulatory perspective, they are also legal documents. So, from that aspect, if the consolidation is there, what are the risks that are likely to arise in the kind of the system upgrade that we have just
Again,
explained?
I am provoking, when we have designed this form, each form must have in some function. And there are some legal documents, sometimes forms are required for the court cases also. So we have to see in consolidation whether we are defeating the purpose or the same purpose is being served by even the consolidation also.
By consolidation, we are meaning not only the interface that we are proposing for different functions of filing, like charges or deposit related filings, different interface for different purpose. We are also saying if we actually merge forms, like if AOC and MGT were to merge, then what is the kind of risk that may arise by such consolidation as are being proposed? So the next question we are talking about.
So this we have discussed,
yes.
whether we have a single identifier for the companies or transaction can be mapped. This is again aspirational goal. We have to see how we can achieve it. Other countries, they have done it. Singapore was quick. In 2009, they came with that. And 55 government agencies are using it. Even the GST is using the same. Income tax is using the same. Here something now the PAN is going to be one way of unique identifier, then at the back end SIN number has to be mapped. So we have to see, but if unless we move towards that, this problem of having multiple filing, getting data rejected here, you are saying PAN has been given, now you are validating PAN is rejecting you. So all those things, we got a feedback from professional also, that the professional certificate for Mumbai was generated. And if you going to the authority, they are saying we have not generated. So unless we have the single database, Government of India is one for a citizen, Government of India is one for a stakeholder, you should not be bothered. These are all different functions of the government. Philosophy is same, that's aspirational, but it will take time.
Thank you, sir. From this question, we are asking what is the single risk signal which can filter a filing out of STP into manual review. So from the perspective of the risk signal, for example, we had a discussion on a small company and a large company. They can have different types of filing and processing. So in terms of that, what is the risk signal? Is this the size? Is this the the behavior or the filing timing or the lack of some signatory that is required in that filing? What is the type of risk signal which can be used as a differentiator between a filing which can be STP based or which can be not?
Whether past non-compliance or late filings by the company or directors with disqualification or red flags, or whether there is a mismatch in data across systems like MCA, GST and all you were mentioning, or sudden unusual transactions happening with reference to large capital changes, or where there's a company linked to some, investigations, watch list. These are just a probing thoughts. I mean, you can come up with your own unique single risk signal.
And the question is related to not only the user friendliness of the system but also the corporate governance risk if STP is introduced into filings which are not supposed to be STP or should not be if there's certain risk. So the idea is to please investigate in that thought line also.
This is about, how should DIN, SIN, PAN and Aadhaar work together. I think most of you have already spoken about it. But if you can again give some certain specific ideas that we know each identity has a distinct and a specific purpose. So when we are actually doing this interoperability, we are asking that how an integrated system can be developed. So if there is any even tech related input, that would be great. And also if we need to keep it separate due to certain stakeholders or some specific governance related risk, so you can share that. So if these two things you can speak, that would be a great value addition. Okay.
Background which is not legal based, or they don't know the law, so they might never know that this was something that was ever generated for them, especially foreign clients. So if that is also something we can look into.
Sure. So even in our committees, we are we are discussing with Aadhaar and all, and there we have a lot of international jurisdictions where we can learn from those best practices. So if anybody, you have a specific experience in dealing with, this, what challenges and what to be focused, or technology input would be great value addition here.
So today, if you are not very clear, you can write to us, because these are the 4 indicators that is used throughout the country for different purposes. Aadhaar is being used for giving the public service, and PAN is, we have the PAN. Sometimes PAN and Aadhaar both are used. So how we can handle this SIN, PAN and Aadhaar?
Yes, sir.
DIN, SIN, PAN and Aadhaar.
Everything, I mean.
Yeah.
So DIN is the one document which is specifically used for across company related thing, and which involves even foreign jurisdictional persons as well. But when it comes to other information which doesn't have those integrated information, because DIN carries foreigners' passport number or driver license number and other informations. But when it comes to a SIN, PAN or Aadhaar, which are not mandatory in certain cases, it is very difficult to go with other 3 options. But DIN can be integrated wherever that is possible, that can add or mandatorily seed with other informations. So based on that, information can be seamlessly integrated.
In Hyderabad, we received a suggestion to remove DIN. So
They were against them.
No, sir, biggest problem is if you remove DIN, then how will you capture foreign nationals or
Not only foreign nationals, see, throughout the world, if you read, right now, other jurisdiction, they were not very clear. Now, DIN identification, director identification to control the economic and financial crime. Director says running the company, supervising the company, not running, supervising. They have the fiduciary duty. So if you go to UK, so many directors have been recently removed if they are not able to identify. So DIN is very important for corporate governance. That is accepted. That was one view that he was saying, have everything with our OTP, there is no need of DIN. This is a view. This is a view in public consultation.
So but at the same time, now our NSDL also started giving certain database, which even just pay 1 rupee, 2 rupees, and we can take the seeding of data but with the help of APIs. Wherever there are Indian nationals and Indian directors, all other data can be seamlessly integrated with DIN data.
That's
And
a Great suggestion, sir. So we are also putting up on our email address, dedicated email, which we have created for eodbadvisory@iica.in. So any further inputs, and generally it happens that once you are, out of the room, then you get into your routine work commitments and all. So kindly respond it today or tomorrow, and also the first QR code which has an online submissions also. So that is something very, very important. And before we open to again any, like today, I mean, I must compliment all of you. Today is our third workshop and we are able to complete all questions. So it's a great success of all of us. And before we give again a floor for, just 1 second, sir. Before we give the floor for open-ended questions, I would request Professor Vasanti from IIM Bangalore and our advisory member of Ease of Doing Business group, and also my mentor on ESG related issues. So requesting you to kindly share your some thoughts, ma'am.
Thank you, Garima. Thank you, Gyaneshwarji. And let me just take a couple of minutes, no more than that. The first one is, I think, as I was sitting there as an observer and looking at the entire process, I think 2 or 3 things came to my mind. The first one is that on some questions, there was a large distribution, 13, 13, 13, and 14. What does that say about that question? Okay, so which means there are four different perspectives, whether we can use this or use that. So my request to all of you is that it's not about consensus, it's also about recognizing differences. I don't think we are looking for consensus as a committee. Consensus should evolve at the end of all our consultation, if indeed the consultation has been done well. And as far as I can see, consensus is already beginning to emerge, and I think both Gyaneshwarji and Garima kept talking about, in Hyderabad this happened, in Chennai that happened, and I believe by May 1st when we are doing the consultation in Delhi, very intuitively on all those things that are common shared pain points, I think we will have a solution. I don't foresee as a member of the committee any difficulty on that. The second one that kind of also caused me a bit of concern was that every single one of you sitting in this room was contextualizing. Like in startups where they don't even have that much money, forget about micro or SME, I think it is the value of that context, Gyaneshwarji, I don't know how we will capture. And I was sitting there and just thinking about it, because a lot of people were talking about, look at this startup, they don't have anything, the founder wants to close in 3 months' time because they're not even sure whether they will exist. Okay? Now, how then does this ease of doing business look like there to a more serious one? And if you have examples of that to be able to simplify in the next stage, I think that is really contributing very significantly, because as I kind of reflect, entrepreneurship ecosystem we want to grow. And if we want to grow the ecosystem of entrepreneurship, we should allow them to fail also very quickly without legal hassles and continue to build the next company. Now, if that is what all of us sitting in this room want to make happen, I think we should feed into the policy for the future, where we are actually saying, set them up to fail. Let them fail. We are happy to close them, because the next time they become our clients, we actually have an incentive to grow them bigger. So that, I think, should be the motivation of all the professionals in this room as you're kind of contributing to the policy process. The third request that I have as a member of the committee is that I have often found that there is a lot of energy in the room when we are talking. Energy has rarely translated in terms of policy, and in all humility, Gyaneshwarji, I have learned that from you. And I want to acknowledge, I've had the privilege of working with him since 2019. One of the few bureaucrats with whom I'm extremely proud to have worked, because he's actually made me from an academic to actually think like a policy maker. Yeah? And that's not an easy shift. And I can tell you that, and we have numerous stories. So I do believe, yeah, totally. Not for anything else. What have I learned as an academic by working with him is the ability to listen to multiple perspectives and keep them simultaneously. Which is why you see today the whole consultation, he didn't say, he said, that is right, we have heard it, let's look at it. Let's see what we can do immediately, let us look at what we can do later. The ability to hold that consistently, and I think a lot of us sitting in this room, we have never been a part of a policy-making process other than as institutions. CS has been a part, CA institution has been a part. So you come in my avatar in the Kotak committee, I saw industry representation, or association, professional association representation. But I think what we are seeing is professional association is different from professionals. And today the consultation was anchored by associations, but each one of you came in your capacity as individual professionals. And I do believe that many times we as professionals don't see our contribution in terms of policy making. I think this entire stakeholder consultation that we are having is an intent in that direction, which is, are we as professionals shaping the country's policy? Because at the end of it, we are the ones who are executing it. So, and how do we as an association kind of look at it even bigger than what each one of us as professionals will do? So for me, the consultation in across all the cities, and having been a part of one or two of the other stakeholder consultations in Karnataka, particularly in Bangalore, I often think that we have a lot of ideas, we have a lot of thoughts. Our only difficulty is actually putting it on paper and send it across. So my request to you is that I don't think the committee is very discriminating. You have it on a piece of paper, please photocopy that and send it. You don't have to write neat AI ChatGPT generated report for us to read. So my request to you is that every one of you sitting in this room, if you can just take that few minutes of effort to put in your thoughts on anything, particularly the last 5 questions. Because one thing I can tell you for sure is that in 2019, if you had asked me, saying that, do you think policy differences will happen? Because we always say, oh, government is like this, government is like that. I think if you had asked me, I would not have believed. But today, standing here, I can tell you that that single act that happened made 1,000 SEBI-listed companies make BRSR a reality. So it's not that you and I can't make a difference. I think we just have to pick our pens to make that difference. And over to you, Garima. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. And certainly I came from back and I echo what ma'am has said. This entire exercise that we are doing, or we got it from MCSB due to our DG sir only. And special thanks to sir. And definitely I'm also learning from being an academician to adding something to the policy. But it's a mutual exercise, and kindly add your inputs as much as possible. And now we can have some 1-2 open-ended, whatever we have not covered, but you have to be brief. Time is ticking, lunch is waiting, and Prasanna ji again have to deliver a vote of thanks. But my special thanks to Prasanna ji and Vishwas Hegde ji particularly for the entire coordination, and my heartfelt gratitude to RD sir, Kola sir, for making this happen today. So thank you very much to ROC sir and all of us who are here participating. So briefly you can share, and then he will come. So we won't reflect you. So there's no question. If you have a comment specific, make it. So you can take a mic and just share your thought briefly, like try. So we'll take 3. One is you, 2 more. One more. Done.
As for my personal experience, it has come to know that initially, what is the problem? No, it is okay. Initially, the people's having a number of knowledge to start the company and to make it more profitable, the source of funds. In this case, I have my practical experience. Bank is completely reluctant to give the loan initially, even though what is their thoughts, it may be come up with a very big way. My thought is like that. For example, investor in Delhi, they may not be aware about one of the entrepreneurs in the Bangalore. Bangalore investor may not be aware about the, for example, in Manipur. Like that, why one investor's list or something like that, for example, one database database should be created that I have some idea. It should known to each and every investor of all over the India who is ready to invest. So they can come and they can accommodate with that particular without any interference of personal efforts. So that it is easy to boom that one, number one. Number two, as per the Companies Act, there is no qualification required to be a director in a company. But all liabilities on the head of the directors. In this scenario, why not one training programs for each and every director who was coming up on level or something? They should know that I have these responsibilities. For example, today, AOC4, MGD7, there is no requirement of professional certification. Tomorrow, LLP is coming without certification of professionals. Like that, they can start each and everything in the mid of the sea. When they saw that these are the liability, these are the problem for me, immediately he will be something in the disturb. For that reason, he should know day beginning that I am starting an organization. This is the responsibility, this is the liability, this is my prospect, this is my obligation, something like that.
Noted, sir. I couldn't resist myself to respond to your second part because we are doing lot of programs for directors, particularly to ensure good corporate governance. We also maintain an ID database at our institute. There are various schools and centers. We also do a lot of such programs where we emphasize on what they have to focus and how corporate governance should not be compromised. So I don't want to, just couldn't resist because this is our main mandate. So let's move to the second person, sir. Thank you.
So one of the major concerns that we usually see from the ease of doing business is the bureaucracy involvement altogether. Like there are few things which online filings and other things could resolve, but there are multiple things which such things wouldn't be able to resolve. Say for example, a simple place where all the directors have filed DIR 11, then you have to go through an offline process to get a new director appointed. Things like that, or issues where professionals can be given a certain form which can be filled up, and through that a direct interface can be done with the authorities instead of going and liaising with the on office basis or something like that, which would actually reduce the friction plus also save time for everyone. So something like that could happen, because right now we're facing similar issues for director related filings where, like the example I mentioned, we're going through offline filing. It is now 8 months. Again, same issue.
Noted, sir. So that kind of a dashboard. Noted.
Yeah.
Third person I want to speak from Shubhi, who is the third one?
Madam, I have one view with respect to ease of doing is concerned. Ease of doing is, are we looking from the perspective of ease of doing should be most cost effective and economical, or it should be on the procedural part we are looking ease of doing?
It's a procedural part only.
Okay.
That will certainly, I see both are interrelated, but the focus is on procedural.
Because we being a young nation and getting up with a lot of thought process which are coming up with startup ideas where capital infusion or raising all of these things.
That's the ultimate objective, to get investment in the country. See, entire discussion on this process and all ultimately lead towards getting more funds to the country, improving our economy, focusing on governance. So I can't segregate this with that.
Correct. With that note, if I need to dematerialize a foreign entity, open a demat account for a foreign company, how much time it may take? Are we looking after any other alternatives from MCA side? Is demat account is the sole, source to hold the shares for foreign entities, because they are falling under bigger company. They are not falling under small companies.
I can respond during lunch to you separately.
But the bigger challenge is to open a demat account, the plethora of documents which we need to collect, and how much of a signing and the cost whatever is involved. More than that, time it is going to consume. The deadline's already over, but out of that, hardly entities could able to open demat account for foreign entities. So real struggle happened from there. But now, SEBI has mandated all AIFs should hold shares in demat form. So whenever they are investing in any startups, even though startups are small entities,
it is mandated them to forcefully move for creation of ISIN and holding the shares in demat form. So involuntarily, it is creating difficulties for startups.
Noted.
Thank
Won't
you.
reflect it, yeah. So I think with this, okay, sir. Sir,
My
please.
last question. How will MCA ensure that intermediaries like us get ready and trained before new system go live?
So capacity building, sir, always focuses on that. Whatever changes are happening, there would be a capacity building, because ultimately we need to ensure that all the compliance professionals understand that. So I think this is part of our recommendation. Well noted, sir. So with this, I would like to invite now Prasanna ji to just deliver a vote of thanks, and then thank you very much from IICA for having all of you here with us, and my special thanks to JS sir also, who took out time and he was here with us in the most of the time. Yeah, thank you.
Many thanks, Garimaji, for having it moderated for 2 to 3 hours continuously by standing here. Thank you, Shivangi and Shubhangi as well. So first of all, me being the Vice Chairperson of this Bangalore chapter of ICSI, I really feel proud in hosting this particular program in association with Ministry of Corporate Affairs as well as with IICA. So I would particularly like to mention here that RD's office and ROC's office, which is located in Bangalore, they reach out to us as the first institute, entrusting us with all the responsibilities in having these kind of programs. So thank you, RD sir and ROC sir, for always believing in us that we would be able to deliver this. I would also like to bring it to the light of IICA sir, Gyaneshwar sir. Like, we as a chapter, we have an internal committee as well. So one of such committees is Research and Academic Committee. So we, in our own chapter, we usually keep conducting these kind of programs where we call the stakeholders, and we don't name it as a stakeholder consultation, but kind of we ask the members to do the research, come over and share their thoughts. And this has been done earlier, maybe twice or thrice, if I'm not wrong. And all those inputs have been collated and been sent to the ministry also. So maybe we as a committee, we can think of sending that to the ISCA again. Maybe that will also be helpful. And for some of the members, you did ask them to write to you. So I understand it is the email ID to which they have to respond, right? Okay, all right, well noted, thank you. So we thank ISA for the kind of efforts which they are trying to put in traveling across the country, meeting with all the institutes, professional bodies, stakeholders, and this is now what we are realizing, that as a professionals, what can be our role and our part in the policy decision making of all these things. So thank you for having involved. This definitely brings us a sense of inclusive development in the policy making process. So really thank you. We appreciate the kind of efforts being put into it. And yes, we thank all the professionals for having joined us from ICA, ICMA, all the advocates from the Chambers of Industries and Commerce. So we thank you one and all for being here and making it out a grand success of this program. And we as Institute, Garimaji, we are always there to assist you as and when whatever is required from our end. Thank you one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, a lunch is been arranged in the basement of this building, okay?